didn't fucking change it there. Whatever, that's fine. Boo-boo-boo! How are you doing this fine night? Gamers! Fucking Boy Meets Mini already schizo posting. Well, I mean, okay. Full disclosure. Boy Meets Mini's actually right here. It's a jutsu, actually. Boy Meets Mini's actually right beside me. In Discord.
Yeah, so true. Did
true.
Jump scare everybody?
Yeah, everyone got jump scared. It'd be like that. What can you do? What can we do, folks? What can we do? We're going schizo. Schizo posting.
So real, so real.
So,
wait. Like, I pinged everybody in my Discord, so they should be blocking in soon.
We're gonna get some Jiangtent, dude.
Oh boy.
Love me some Jiangtent. The hell you keep covering Professor Jiang. Unfortunately, he is gone rather viral in a very short amount of time. So,
oh my god,
it warrants covering him a lot.
Is he the most viral? I think he's the most viral sort of. I think he is. I think he's the most viral, like, not the most viral YouTuber, but like he's like the most viral in like the political space, right? He's up there.
I mean, when did because we saw in one of the other videos in his interview with Mehdi Hassan. When did he start his channel? It was a couple months ago, wasn't it? From the Mehdi Hassan interview, I believe. Something like that?
Yeah,
I think.
Trying to think. His earliest video is from 2 years ago, but then he started talking about Iran like a year ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's what made him go viral, because, unfortunately, Americans are fucking idiots, like I said before, and they love having some keys jingled in front of them. They love their keys jinglings. So if they can have, like, some random jabroni come in and just be like, I know, I can predict everything accurately based off of my knowledge of game theory, which he doesn't have, obviously. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just see if I can share. Here we go. That should be showing up. Share stream audio. Perfect. All right.
You know, we have to try using because Echoplex gave me access to his Video Ninja server space.
Ooh.
We should, yeah, and I know how it works. We could try that another time though. Probably not now. We'd have to preset that up so I can guide you through and everything, but we could try that. I think. I'll just have to ask Echoplex how exactly it works. But he said to me he gave me access. I'm like one of the code director things. They're just like, yeah, like because I know all the people there, like Justin, Neuro, Flem Nation, obviously very familiar. Like
yes,
all
our best friend Nurgle.
Yeah, Nurgle.
Should be good.
Yeah, we'll just go with Discord for the time being.
Yeah, for now. But yeah, for next time, yeah, I'd like to, you know, not use it because it buffers bad sometimes.
And the quality of it is sometimes pretty bad as well.
Yeah.
Like Discord, okay, is it me or is it just like a ton of fucking bloat, right? Like,
oh yeah, it's written in Electron.
The fuck, like, what's Electron? What's that?
Electron, so it's like basically if you take a modern JavaScript website and you turn it into a desktop app, and yeah, it comes with all that.
Oh, is it 5G? Is like not 5G, 5th gen like language type shit? Like we have like UI elements and stuff, like some fucking game maker type shit, basically.
Not really. It's more JavaScript. Like you could say it's more like.
Well, I mean, like okay, look, yeah, but the thing with game makers, like you can go into like the underlying like IDE. And it's based off of C#, right?
Yeah, you can.
You can do that.
Yeah, in the case of,
I had to do that.
Yeah, in the
before.
case of Electron. Yeah, in the case of Electron, I think Electron is React.js, if I'm not mistaken. Hang on.
I'm just opening up Factor Oreos, so just have
No worries. Get your game.
Get my game. Get your game on, Jade and Yuki. Let me tell you, folks, Jade and
Okay.
Yuki, we're gonna get your game on.
So Electron. So what Electron is basically, it runs your app inside of like a headless Chrome window, essentially. So it's basically like having a Chrome tab open. So basically, it's like the app runs inside of like a Chrome tab, essentially. And then it has a full backend that uses Node.js. So basically, it's got a bunch of. So basically, if you install an Electron app, it's like installing an extra Chrome on your machine, and then
that seemed.
It has a lot of backend stuff. So
wow, that's why it's running like shit, because we all know how generally straining on like processing capacity fucking Chrome tabs are.
So bad. I use Zen, which is a Firefox-based browser right now, which is it's not much better, TBH. It's not.
No, Firefox is also pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
In terms of
Zen's all right.
Management.
Yeah, I mean, I use Zen. You know that browser that has a fancy sidebar? They stripped down a lot of Firefox's bloat, and they like simplify the UI, but still, it's
still probably bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is what it is. That's fine.
Lovely. I have a beefy computer. I shouldn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, mine's pretty decent as well. Like I think it's a 3070.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've said the story before, but the reason why I had to upgrade my card from the 2060, right? Because that's what I had originally, that I paid way too much for during the pandemic. Like, I know I got fucking ripped off for that shit. But that was back when, like, all the Chinese crypto farm type shit was happening, right? During the pandemic. Before it got cracked down on by the state. So I got ripped off for a 2060, but I was just like, I want to fucking finish my build. I should have fucking bought the GPU before the fucking goddamn pandemic started, which my buddy told me to do. Yeah, my buddy told me that. He's like, you should just buy the GPU first. I'm like, nah. He's like, you're a dumbass. I'm like, yeah, I am a dumbass. Or so, regret my decision there.
I think I bought my 4070 Ti right when that crypto craze ended. Right as it ended and the prices came back down.
Right.
And I bought a 4070 Ti because I'm like, yeah, I either buy this now or it's gonna be like $1,000.
Because I think I'm trying to remember how much I paid. I know it's a complete riff. I think it was like $1,200 for a 2060.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. I got ripped, dude.
That is a whole laptop, dude.
I know, bro. It was bad. I paid like triple the price, probably. I'm just like, fuck it,
even
man.
Canadian,
Whatever.
that's bad. Yeah, even in Canadian, that's not good. Like I paid $550 US for my 4070.
I think for my 3070 it was $750. I also got Dark Tide with it as well.
That's not bad.
Yeah. That's good. I had to get the upgrade because, and I mean, at that point in time, it's like, I might as well just get new motherboard, upgrade all my stuff anyways, yada yada, because I'm getting a new GPU anyways. Reason for that is because Total War Warhammer 3, the 2060, was not cutting the mustard. It was not cutting that mustard. It was just like, it was like it's gonna explode. I'm like, okay, buddy, your time has come. You're getting replaced. But with the 3070, max settings, 120 FPS.
Max settings on Warhammer Total War Warhammer 3. Are you kidding me?
Yep. And that game eats through resources because of all of the like complex shit that goes on, and just the amount of like entities and everything, right? Because the map is fucking enormous.
Yeah, same with the new Flight Sim. The new Flight Sim 24 is very resource intensive. Like it doesn't give my 4070 trouble, but I know people running it on like a 2060, and they're like, yeah, you got to run it on low, otherwise it will blow up your machine.
That's
it's
crazy.
So much detail. It's a beautiful simulator, no doubt about it. Like you can, like they've even got it where you can simulate. Yeah, well, they've even got it where you can simulate a full like boarding, getting everyone on board a flight and everything, like air traffic control, all that stuff. Like you can simulate a full process of flying,
right?
Around. It's pretty cool. But yeah, even on my system struggles a little bit. I would say probably the game my system struggle is probably either Flight Sim or Star Citizen. Star Citizen is just massive. Just
oh yeah,
it's
that
a
one's
massive
also going to
universe.
be
Oh my God.
fucking gantic, right?
Yep.
There's
And they
also
have 2 new
procedural
star systems.
Yeah, and there's procedural stuff in Star Citizen, I believe, as well, right?
Yeah, for the planets. Yeah, for the topography. Yep.
All right.
Lovely.
One unconfirmed change. What? Okay, whatever. Fuck you, Factorio.
I have to say, Factorio runs great with the amount of planets you got running.
Oh, it's just CPU intensive. Hey, what's up, Duckley Boingus? How's it going, buddy? Alright, turn off the fucking music.
Hey, Duckley, good to see you.
How's it going? What's up, gamer? Oh my god, it's Alex Roivas? Oh my god.
No, not Alex. Crime report.
Guy, we need our... Yeah, we need...
started yet.
Yeah, where's our south side of Chicago crime report? What's going on here? That's what we're expected? That's normal? Hello?
I live on the I'm a West Side boy, so there's not a lot going on out here.
That's crazy. Oh, Blurp's not working again.
Rip blurp.
Blurp's dead. I'll grab some water real quick.
Yeah, so while he's doing that, everybody, yeah, I'm Boy Meets Mini. I am the I am in the stream title as well. I'm also the mod here. But yeah, we're gonna be going over a Professor Jiang video. Came out about a month ago? No, a few months ago. And it's a pretty problematic video. We're gonna rip it to shreds. So yeah, I've got my Bible out. Yeah, we're gonna pull out the Bible for this one, but also some history and stuff like that. So that should be fun. Yippee indeed.
I mean, literally, the title of it is Dawn of the Jews. So
Yeah, I'm like,
yeah,
that's
that's a big sussy. My sussy meter's going off. It's going off. I'm just like, we're looking a little sussy baka over here. Real fucking baka sussy over here.
Wait, where's my other sus emote? The dinosaur one. That's the best one.
Fucking amogus. Sussy amogus.
Crime report. Brandon Johnson.
There aren't any city grocery centers to report. Damn, that's fucked up. No, that's fucked up.
Damn, Zoran beat him to it. They already got the property for it.
Well, yeah, isn't there? Didn't fucking Polymarket open one for some reason?
They did, but so the one Zoran's doing, he actually put out a video. I think the mayor's office put out a video about it, but it's like an existing public market that's been there for years, and then there's like some unused space under I think an overpass or something.
Right.
And they're gonna build that property out because it's unused land. So they're gonna build that out into a free grocery store, or not free, city owned.
I hate how fucking dog shit Discord is with like pop out fucking video. It just doesn't let you do it.
I know. I can't wait till what was it called? Not Video Ninja. Was it Video Ninja?
Yeah, Video Ninja. No, it didn't work.
Those. That Communist Party of India post is so funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted it to try to fucking pop it and use the pop out window. It did not like that. God damn it. Whatever. Nothing leaks.
Yeah, it's like, what's the point of doing that if you can't screen share it, anyways?
Yeah, fucking kind of gay, kind of cringe. Anywho, I got everything ready on my side.
All right, so I got captions on just for as well, so that should show through.
All right, let's get started then. Whoa, boy, my favorite professor, quote unquote professor. Professor Jiang, our favoriteest conspiratorial boy who thinks that wealth stratification works like the infinite Tsukiyomi for some reason. Don't ask any questions. It's obviously about as silly and ridiculous as it sounds. I came across this video because of the interview that Professor Jiang had with Mehdi Hassan. And Mehdi Hassan mentioned this video called Dawn of the Jews. And I instantaneously became curious, because if you know anything about Professor Jiang, That boy is anti-Semitic. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That boy anti-Semitic, right? Loves spreading conspiratorial theories about Jews all the time. And I mean all the fucking time in all of his fucking analysis. Whenever he talks about secret societies, he means Jewish people. Whenever he talks about anything in terms of history or religion, it's about Jewish people. He is a very, very conspiratorial sort of crank. So I have Boy Meets Mini here because from what I understand, he based a lot of his source material off of the Bible. So we have our Christian correspondent returning with us. How's it going, Boy Meets Mini?
Good to be back for round 2, Daho. And for those who may not know, I'm Boy Meets Mini. Christianity is not the only thing I do on my stream. I do talk about it, but I've been a Christian pretty much my whole life, mostly Protestant background. I'm more of a liberation Christian now, more of a lefty liberation Christian. Some would say he's a fake Christian. He's a fake one.
Not real, folks. He's not real.
Not a real one. You know, I'm like the Pope. I'm a fake one. JD Vance called me out.
He's fucking woke, folks. Woke Pope.
So woke, yeah.
So woke.
So woke. I'm so woke I don't sleep. We're going to specifically we're going to talk about this topic of the origin of the Jewish people and where they came from, and obviously clear up any misconceptions that I'm expecting him to have. And I don't consider him a real professor. He isn't. As you can see here, got the Bible up. We've got some history up. So we're gonna bring up all the facts for all of you. So, and last time we did this, it was I had a lot of fun in the comments section. So I look forward to that again.
For sure. Anywho, how about we get started?
All right, here we go.
10 more classes left in the lecture series.
We're probably going to want to speed this up.
In these 10 classes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how the American Empire will fall, and I'll show you that what will replace the American Empire is Israel, what we call Pax Judaica. So for these 10 classes, we will do an overview, show you why history will lead ultimately to...
I just want to do a quick blurb specifically on Pax Judaica. So he's basing that off of specifically Pax Romana. Pax Romana was essentially, it's Latin for Roman peace. Essentially, Pax Romana was the idea that the Roman Empire used, that they were being the civilizing forces to these unwashed hordes of barbarian masses. Yada, yada, yada. Very, very fucking simple. So it's the... I guess Jiang is essentially like applying that exact same sort of concept to Israel as well.
Cool. All right, we're all good. Okay. Sorry, I was checking my levels. Okay, so it's his own, crackpot conspiracy theory, I guess, or he must have got it from some other alternate history freaks.
Greater Israel Project is it? Can it be analogized to that? I mean, sure, probably, but it's like a 1-to-1 sort of comparison. No, not really.
No, not really. All right. What else do you have, Professor, quote unquote?
Okay. All right, so let's do some questions from YouTube that my wife has picked out. She reads all the comments. She loves reading the comments, and she sends comments to me to reply to. Okay, so the first comment is,
my wife.
How do we restore our right hemisphere, or how do we become more creative? And the answer is that you have to reject materialism. That's the only way. Okay, you have to reject money, you have to reject power, you have to reject materialism in order to embrace your creativity and your right hemisphere. As a society,
is this why he thinks he's on the left, because he says shit like reject materialism? Buddy, you don't we've watched the video about you talking about fucking Marxism. You don't even know even the most basic of fucking tenets of Marxism, buddy. You think that Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher essentially cast the infinite Tsukiyomi of consumerist debt slavery to essentially enslave the entirety of the world through consumerism, when broadly speaking the whole sort of idea behind consumerism, that was something that was broadly speaking established throughout the 50s and 60s. Okay, bro. Listen, Professor Jiang, the best materialist.
I know, yeah, and it's. I think what he's confusing it with is because I mean he obviously cites the Bible here, and this is something a lot of evangelicals get confused on. I find Catholics are a little better on it, especially those who are well read, but evangelicals tend to confuse like leftist materialism with like materialistic living, right? So, for example, when you're talking about materialism on the left, you're talking about material conditions, right? When it comes to, say, working class people, marginalized peoples, indigenous people, etc., right? And queer people. But then when you talk about materialistic living, we're talking about hedonism, essentially, right? Pursuing endless wealth, how billionaires behave, all that kind of stuff, right? And obviously, not giving back to your community, not doing charity, that kind of thing. Like that's what we mean by materialistic in the religious sort of moral sense, versus materialism in the left, which is studying material conditions of a society. So yeah, he's conflating the two, and that's not fun. That's not right, dude.
We live in vivimos en una sociedad.
So true.
Crisis that threatens our very existence for us to come together and for us to be more altruistic and more creative. A possibility is that you really want to activate your right hemisphere, then you fall in love and you have children, or you could.
Oh my god, this is okay.
Wait, what?
You know who actually says this? You know where he's getting this from? I think Steven Pinker. You've probably heard of his crazy concept of effective altruism, and we all know Steven Pinker was on the plane, right? He was on the Express. He was on.
I think is in the files. Yep. Pinker.
Yep, all over it.
He's in the files. Listen, greatest files. Nothing wrong with this files whatsoever.
Yeah, they're millions of pages, so they must be great, right?
That's true. So many pages. And I'm in there a lot of times, which means it has to be fine, folks. That's how it works.
So yeah, anyways, but yeah, this sort of comes from effective altruism, where like Steven Pinker says, okay, what does it mean to live an unselfish life? And he talks about, if you give X% to charity and you have children and all, like he views everything under this realm of like sort of altruism. But the problem is, it's like you're just okay. And then when people press him on this, on this question, he says, well, he doesn't talk about like what charity actually does, because a lot of times what charities do is they're essentially tax havens, right? That's what charities end up becoming. Some charities do well.
That's the whole meme with philanthropy rather. With philanthropic endeavors. It's all a fucking front for these guys to dodge taxes.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, like I said, there's some good charities, that I support, like, PCRF in Palestine. There's a few like missions and charities in India that I support. I'm a Christian from India originally, and there's a lot of good work being done over there. So, but you got to be careful who you give your money to. So, yeah. So that's basically where he's getting this. Yeah. I love how it's funny how, like, just one last thing about this, how Professor Jiang, I don't know how much has he brought up the files, because I haven't watched too much of his other content because I'm avoiding his brain rot. Has he talked about the files all that much?
He's this video, I think he no, it's a different video. That's on my fucking docket. No
worries. Okay.
He talks about Jeffrey Epstein. And something about like Jeffrey Epstein being related to fucking the Rothschilds or something.
Of course. Like, okay, that.
I don't even know if he's actually related to the Rothschilds.
Who knows? I mean, whatever.
I'm willing to operate under the assumption that Professor Jiang is probably lying.
Yeah, yeah. I would agree. Anyways, yeah, but I guess that's what he means by like effective altruism, and obviously this is natalism as well, right? This is where the whole like, be fruitful, multiply, natalism stuff comes from. It's like, the best thing you can do for this world is have more children.
We need to have more children.
Yeah, but I would actually argue maybe not, right? I think there's there's so many children without parents in this world. There's a lot of starvation. In fact, one of the things let me find it. I'll bring it up here. I actually found it in Arun's community, which everybody should follow Arun and know. He's really, really cool. Shout outs indeed. Let me find the map. Where was it? So I'm gonna pull this up. On here, you could probably see that. So
India.
This is where I'm originally from. Now, this is a chart of children under 5 who were stunted. So who have less height and other,
Not
other
as
issues,
socially developed,
malnutrition,
yada yada.
not as socially developed, and also children have less mental development as well in these states. So I'm from the northern part of India. Unfortunately, there's a lot of poverty up north, a lot of huge wealth disparity. Some of the biggest in the world are here. States like Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, even the city of Delhi, the second largest city on earth, by the way. Look at this: 30% means 3 in 10 children are stunted. And then if you go to southern India, where they have more social programs and they're a little more lefty down there, and they have more social programs, high literacy rates, education, all that. In Tamil Nadu, Kerala, it's still high. It's still 2 in 10 children, but it's definitely better compared to say some of these states that are really, really impoverished for a number of reasons. The British, the caste system, and there's layers and layers of oppression in this country. So the worst by far, though, this is Meghalaya state. This is over here. This is actually the wettest place on earth. This region, that's where they do a lot of rice growing here in Assam, Meghalaya. And obviously, half of all children, every other child is stunted in that state because there's a lot of poverty and stuff there. And it's mostly agricultural living as well. And obviously, it's near Bangladesh as well. Bangladesh is very, very exploited and stratified society. So. Tamil Naksalamare, stop it. Yeah, and obviously, Daho, you're in the you're part of the Liberation Tigers of Toronto Yiram, right?
Yeah, there's probably a group there. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Anyways, but this is like this kind of what I'm showing you here is like. What was I saying about this? I was saying about how like having more children isn't necessarily a good solution because, as you know, India is one of the few like large rich countries that has a growing birth rate. Most other countries have declining birth rates, right? That are like more developed. India, this is a crazy stat. So how many people in Canada? About 40 million, right? Around high 30s, maybe 40 million people.
Better example.
That's how many.
Example. Ceausescu did the exact same thing, and it was a disaster. We had an orphan crisis in Romania for about 30 years. Actually, longer than that, like 60 years. So,
yeah, Ceausescu, if I'm saying, Ceausescu really, I would assume
he's pretty bad.
Yeah, I would have, yeah. I wonder if the USSR also kind of created their own, like in Russia, right? There's a huge orphan crisis there as well.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. I mean, Ceausescu wanted a second baby boom, basically, which should go without saying why that's really fucking stupid for a lot of reasons. But Ceausescu's a fucking dumbass, so.
Of course, and none of us, a tyrant. We hate him.
Yeah, we don't like Ceausescu, okay? He's a piece of shit.
No.
He's very dumb for a lot of fucking reasons. But yeah, he was just like, what if I just make another baby boom and we just ban contraceptives and the ability and try to incentivize people to get pregnant? It failed miserably.
Yeah.
It went about as well as we expected.
Yeah, and again, Professor Jiang is making the same mistake here. He's saying, "Oh, just give to charity and have more kids." It's like, okay, in India, a new Canada is born every year in India. Just wrap your mind around that. 40 million kids are born every year in India. Yeah, we are, we are, the white natalists here are going to be running scared at that statistic. But yeah, a new Canada is born every single year in India.
God.
In this one country.
So many people.
So we still have a pretty high birth rate. It is starting to level off though. I think as the population gets a little older with time, the demographics are shifting over time. But even like you can see, you're having more children isn't really uplifting your society, is it? It's all the other, socioeconomic factors and policy. That's what's going to really help. And obviously abolishing the caste system, JV. So, I expect to see some Hindutva nationalists get mad in the comments, so I'm ready.
Oh, my favorite guys.
Negative 10 out of 10. Do not recommend pull out. Exactly. So anyways, let's continue.
Also choose to volunteer, help other people, be kind and generous to other people, okay? So that's how you activate your right hemisphere. The second question is, do you want to give lessons to one class? How's your journey to find some LSD? Okay.
LSD, why? Do we just skip over this part? It sounds like he's just answering questions.
I'm so curious. Wait, hold. No, actually, now I'm curious. Why is Jiang doing LSD?
We'll
Wait, I want to know now. I'm curious.
I mean, fine, he can do it if he wants. Like, I'm
like
whatever. Yeah.
I don't want to imagine Professor Jiang on LSD, to be honest.
I don't know. It might help him. It might also go the other direction. It seems like it's gone the other direction.
We don't even know if he's on LSD. I'm going to be honest.
We don't. Wait, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
Let's see.
I'm going to be teaching one lecture series, but 3 different sections. Okay. LSD, psychedelics. You know, I'm very interested in psychedelics. I myself do not want to partake in psychedelics because I don't really understand why.
You're very interested, but you don't want to partake. Okay.
I guess he just wants to like read about him a little bit. Okay, sure, whatever.
That's fine. Yeah, I also the only ones I've partaken in are like edibles, like nothing crazy. You're talking like 50 milligrams, which is still a lot. I'm a lightweight, so but yeah, that's the most I've ever done.
I read a lot of books. I practice a very altruistic lifestyle, and therefore I don't feel as though I need psychedelics to break out of this materialistic world. Okay, I'm already connected to the mind. So yeah. Okay.
All right, man.
Okay.
He's opened up. So, yeah, he's opened up his third eye. The Rene Sharingan.
His chakras have perfectly
his chakras
aligned,
are perfectly aligned.
Yep, that third eye shooting out like a railgun laser.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's also. I actually, Alex, here in Twitch chat, you bring up a good point. I've seen people send me Professor Jiang videos saying, "Hey, this guy's a professor and stuff." I'm like, no, this is an act. There are no students. This is not a classroom. This is his living room. People don't know that. They don't know that this is an act.
Mm-hmm. I'm there's
so easily fooled.
Yeah, there's some instances where it looks like, but I guarantee you, those guys are probably paid actors.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be so for real.
If there's like, I don't know. Has there ever been like another like person talking in his videos, like asking a question from? Like,
there have been, yes.
Camera? Oh, okay.
There have been, but I still think I think it's still a fucking act. It's a show. It's a performance.
Yep, 1000%. So keep that in mind. Don't be fooled.
Let's move on. All right, some more questions. Could you make a video on how to understand history without biased? And a response is, first of all, it's impossible to be unbiased, okay? And that is correct. We're all.
I agree.
So, he suggests that you have to look at documents and try to be really critical when you analyze documents, and that's correct as well, okay? The problem is that often we don't have documentation, or we have documentation from only one source, so it's very hard to do.
No, you have documentation from lots of sources, dude. You just do.
The problem. Yeah, the problem.
How lazy is.
Yeah, no. The problem is that your sources are dog shit. Like you're doing like alt history, random dumb fuckery, or like
that's
you
all
just
he's
reference
got.
To the Bible or something.
He's not referencing interpretations. He's not.
Book of Nehemiah. What the fuck? Hebrew Bible? Okay.
Nehemiah. So Ezra and Nehemiah were prophets in the Old Testament. They were Jewish prophets. But the point is that like he only cites the Bible. He doesn't cite like interpretations. He doesn't cite
no scholars. No theologians whatsoever. You just reference scripture. Like that's not good enough, buddy. Because you're not. Yeah. You graduated with a BA in fucking literature, bro. You're not a theologian. Like, why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you would, or maybe bring someone on. Like that would be cool. But of course, he won't do that because if he did, his entire and we're gonna see his entire shtick would just fall apart. Yeah, it would just fall apart under the facts. So, we can see why he doesn't bring anyone on ever. You wanted to perform Pink Pony Club, you'll follow him then. Fair.
True.
If he karaoke'd it, probably that would be a follow.
Yeah, we're pink ponying our clubs. Don't ask any questions. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So yeah, no, you have to pull from a lot of. I mean, every good Wikipedia article has like hundreds of sources. So no, there are many different sources you could have pulled from. You're lazy.
Yeah, quick, someone tell Destiny that.
That dude never listens anyways. Okay, okay. No, there's a lot of sources, professor, quote unquote. Just don't be lazy.
So what I'm trying to do with this class is try to propose a new theory of how to understand history. And if you adopt
Oh
this pattern, I
no.
guarantee you that your
So far,
understanding
it's
of history
bad.
will improve, and also your understanding of how the world works will improve as well. So there are three components.
Well, so
to
far
the
it's really
history model,
bad.
which I call predictive history. Okay. The first is to understand historical patterns. And so when you try to look at history and the event there, you ask yourself, does this fit into a larger pattern? Or
The problem with doing this now, you could.
Yeah, so
The
like
problem with.
yeah,
Oh, go.
so far like I'm not okay. When because typically I talk about history very very often. Professor Jiang is not exactly inaccurate where when he says this. The problem is as I say myself constantly, history does not tend to repeat, but it likes to rhyme, right? Very, very often, right? Now, I'm not obviously an expert historian. I'm more of like a hobbyist. I like to keep up with history because I just like history, generally speaking. With the thing with like specifically history, and what you need to generally speaking like know is you have to sort of like understand a lot of the conditions and events that have led to certain events sort of like occurring within like historical fucking contexts. The problem is Professor Jiang, when he does that, like he'll like reference to some stuff, but his like interpretations of it are just like out of complete whack. Like that's the main issue. It's just like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like it's just like, oh, schizo, shit, right? And he immediately defers to like nonsensical conspiracism because a lot of his sources for history come from like weirdo alternative fucking dipshits or something. It seems like from what we've seen and experienced.
Yeah, last time like with Mark Booth, and like he constantly blames the Freemasons for stuff, and
and secret societies. He loves talking about secret societies.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, you're not looking into the actual like it's funny because a lot of the Professor Jiang supporters will say, oh look, he's talking about economic factors about Iran and the Strait of Hormuz and stuff like that, and it's like
so did the Nazis.
Okay,
like,
he might be talking about that, but then he will blame it on a secret society instead of going into the material conditions and the material analysis and also the sort of geopolitical analysis.
AKA the exact same thing far right people do, which is why far right people like his content. That's why.
Yep. So yeah, that's the problem with this sort of predictive history type thing. The other thing is when you look at patterns as well, like you were talking about rhyming versus repeating, right? It's more of a rhyme rather than repetition. The other problem with patterns is like, okay, for example, with a lot of evangelicals, they will say, well, we need to do another whole crusade. Like they want to do Crusades 2.0. And they'll point to like patterns back in the Middle Ages and, about Persian invasion and all this stuff. And they're like, look, it's happening again, Persian invasion. And I have to explain to them, look, we don't live in a time of empires and sultanates and kings. We live in a time of nation states. The politics are way different than they used to be.
Yep.
So yeah, and so you can't. And also the way our economy works is so different from before, right? Before
it's not mercantilism,
more,
no slave societies. We don't have primitive accumulation anymore. We're not in a mercantilist sort of sense. Feudalism is gone. If we're talking about this in like a purely Marxist sense, like we live in a a late stage capitalistic system right now where everything is essentially financialized to the nth degree.
Financialized and globally connected, right? Because now you have global trade networks of resources from one place to another place that doesn't have as much. Obviously, oil dependence, right? We have a petro market as well that like is sort of underlying everything, and so it's very different from say the 1300s where it was more about agriculture, right? It was more about agriculture and of course mining at that time, right? For bronze and stuff like that. So. Yeah, back then it was very different from today, where it's where you live under the like I said, the framework of late stage capitalism, nation states, and the like. So, it's not the same. But unfortunately, mainly right wingers, even some centrists, I would argue, like centrists mainly pivot right, but they will try to sort of use the past as a framework for today instead of looking at the material like reasons why that thing happened and why something similar might happen today, but differently. Right, so they're not. Yeah, that's where a lot of these centrists and righties miss. So, and yeah, game theory. By the way, he's going to go into that, but I'll let him talk about it. But I'll address it quickly here. I also, a lot of people might think I'm just some dumb keyboard warrior on the internet. No, or some stupid gamer. No, I actually, like you, have a computer science and engineering degree, and have worked in tech for a while and understand game theory to a large degree. And basically, a lot of it, a game theory also goes into software design and stuff, which I work in software development specifically. So I can tell you what game theory is more about in that space is sort of predictive models for things like, enemy AI in games, for example, or algorithms, how algorithms evolve over time. So yeah, it's not. It's like he's simplifying game theory to, what is everybody's intention? What is their goal? It's like that's not all.
That's not
what
actually how
game
that
theory is.
works.
Yeah, it's not just about what their motivations are. It's also about, okay, reacting to the current circumstances. For example, an algorithm, say a social media algorithm, like a graph search or whatever, a graph tree algorithm, it will often respond to what you're consuming and then adjust your feed accordingly, right? Sort of that's how all like social media feeds tend to work. They try to correlate like what kind of they try to curate on the fly. So that sort of plays into game theory.
Yep.
And then yeah, talking about the culture's religious worldview again, that last one is a problem because there is no one religious worldview for a particular culture. For example, I will take Tamil culture, for example, right? In southern India, the Tamil people. Tamil people have very differing religious worldviews. You have Muslims, Christians, you have different kinds of Hindus who worship all different deities and have different traditions. But then there's like common cultural traditions in Tamil culture with like, there's certain like festivals that are timed around like growing and harvesting seasons, just like we do in the West, with Thanksgiving, say, for example, in Tamil Nadu, I think the festival is called Pongal, because that's when the rice harvest happens. And so, and it's not really tied into any particular religion. Everyone celebrates Pongal, and obviously makes the famous dish and stuff like that. So that's an example of like, but that's not like eschatological or religious. That's just sort of culturally over time, that region of the world and those people, just traditionally do that. So yeah, to say that one culture, one religion, this is the very sort of fascist, sort of, ethno-religious way of looking at the world, which is wrong. It's not fully true. It's kind of like when people right now, when people make Iran a monolith and say Iran is like extreme Islam or whatever. And no, if you look at Iran, it's extremely religiously diverse, always has been over the centuries. So yeah, there's Jews, Christians, there's all kinds of different Muslims, you got Sufi Islam, which is really liberal and liberation, focused, and more artistic. It's a whole range of people. So yeah, I don't like the eschatological way of looking at, countries, because it's just inaccurate. Not to mention religious nationalists, which is bad. Yeah.
True.
Anyways, all right. Tell us more, Professor.
Professor Jiang.
Correct? If it doesn't, then there's something wrong here, okay? Second tool is negative game theory. And negative game theory is to understand that all historical actors are motivated by their interests or worldview. And so, are you looking at all different historical actors, and are you trying to figure out what their best strategy is, okay? And the third
it's not what game theory is.
Yeah, I already tore that down, so we'll move on.
A certain religious outlook, religious worldview. You can often find this worldview within their sacred text, for example, the Bible or the Quran, okay?
Now,
so yeah, I don't know.
Another problem. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this like eschatological fucking bullshit. From what I understand, it's like the idea of like studying the end of the world, or something like weird apocalyptic sort of scenarios. From what I'm broadly speaking understanding, it's very, very weird.
There's also a colonial side to it as well. Because the religious eschatological stuff, it kind of stems from colonialism, because the British used to think that, say, indigenous peoples or even the Spaniards thought this way as well. Like when Christopher Columbus first came to the Caribbean, he he thought of the Taino people as like, I'm using this word obviously the way he used it, savage, right? He thought of them as savage because they were not Christianized and they had a different religious worldview from that of the West, of Western Europe, of the white man, essentially, right? So it has a colonial undercurrent as well. It's similar to how when the British came to South Asia, they wanted to impose more Christianity, but then they realized that was a very difficult project in a country, in a region that populated already. There were already hundreds of millions of people in that region at that time in the 1800s. And so what they did instead is like, oh, we'll impose something like it though. We're going to take your existing caste system and really impose it in a similar way we did against the Irish. So basically they treated us like they treated Ireland for centuries. And so did I disconnect? Am I good?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, my Twitch chat blipped. I'm back. So anyways, but that's an example of like how religious eschatology gets used against in a colonial context, because the Europeans said, oh, we have a superior religious worldview to the Hindus or to indigenous peoples of, say, the Americas, right? It has that undercurrent, and that's the other reason I hate it.
And yeah, just like you're saying, armor and quills. Right. Eschatology only kind of deals with the end of the world. It's more about what happens to souls after that. So end of the world happens, sort of like hypothetical scenarios into what happens to those souls. Will they be damned to hell, kind of type shit, or whatnot, right? Basically.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Give you insight to how they perceive history, but also how they want history to eventually develop. So you can understand.
True, 235.
Forward, okay. All right, and we will look at these three strategies, and we will adapt them for our historical understanding. Okay. All right. Another question is.
Here we go.
Really interesting.
Jewish.
The question is, most of the greats across history were not Jewish.
What do we mean? What do we mean by the greats?
Like great rulers or something? I assume.
Perhaps, like. I mean, here's the thing. Like, let's just call a spade. In terms of the world population, right? Jewish people have been a very, very small portion of it, right? Right. It's what is the current population of Jewish people in the world? Is it like 15 million, something like that? 15 or 16 million. The majority are in the Levant, or I'll call it Palestine. The majority are there, or in the U.S. or Europe, right? Like those three main regions, and probably North Africa. So yeah. It's like when people say these questions like, oh, most of the great rulers, I mean, it just depends where you're at geographically, like who were the most, like, it's just population, really, like that's mainly
right.
It. Like, you're not going to find a lot of great rulers from Jewish rulers from, say, South Asia, just simply geographically. Like it's just geography, man. Like, you're not going to find a lot of let's say, Mughal, like any like kings or emperors who were Jewish from that region. It's just geography. That's all it is.
Yeah, for sure.
So again, this sort of, and this is where like that conspiratorial thinking comes in, and also the great man theory, which I also don't like that when you say the greats. It's like most of these rulers were just horrible tyrants. Like, they weren't people to look up to at all. Like when people look up to Genghis Khan, or I guess in Urdu we actually call him Chengiz Khan, because that was I think that came from the Mongolian language.
Yes, it's Chengiz Khan.
Language. Yeah, Chengiz Khan.
Chengiz Khan.
Properly, because all the Pakistani commenters are gonna say you got it right. But anyways, but yeah. Why would you look up to someone like him? Calling him a great. Like, if you look at everything he did, he was like one of the worst tyrants to ever live.
Well, listen, he's great because he had a lot of women, so many women, folks, so many beautiful women from so many places. That's why I'm a big fan of Genghis Khan. Let me tell you, folks.
Yeah. Eric Swalwell could never.
Yeah. He could never do the same. Eric Swalwell could never do the same, folks. Never.
Okay. All right. So, anyways, this is your
No,
bad
we should
question.
keep going.
Anyway, let's see how he answers.
Yeah.
Industries is a relatively new phenomenon. Is it possible that their creativity and power is a result of political shifts in education in the Bible? Okay, this is a really good criticism of my previous lecture. And yeah, I mean, the idea is that maybe there's certain aspects of the Jewish culture that makes them dominant in an industrial, capitalistic, globalized world.
Huh? No? Buddy, that's the main people who are dominant are mostly Protestants. Huh? Well, I didn't know that the industrialists of the United States of America were all Jewish. Hello?
Yeah,
I thought they were all a part of like Hollywood and media.
Yeah, no. Like Rockefeller was evangelical, right? I think, or might have been
Ford
Catholic,
was a Nazi.
Yeah, Ford was an evangelical turned Nazi. I mean, if you just think like Edison was like most of them were Protestants and evangelicals. Like they weren't.
Yeah,
they weren't, and Catholics maybe.
Yeah, maybe there's a couple Catholics, but no, Jiang.
Yeah.
No, no. What?
Yeah, and it's like you're going to compare great industrialists like that to Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg makes nowhere near the money of those people. I mean, yeah, he's a big film director and stuff, but he's just a director. Like he's not the entertainment giant that's making all the revenue from from movie sales and sponsorships. Like he's a director, he gets his cut. So to compare, say, someone like Steven Spielberg to say, some, I don't know, pick your favorite evil capitalist. I mean, I guess you could. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to go this
Elon Musk.
like well, not him. No, Sam Altman, because Sam Altman actually is from a Jewish background. I mean, you could say him, but even then, Sam Altman is not the richest of them. Like again, like I said, most of the rich billionaires in the world.
Richest one.
Well, he's not Jew. Musk isn't Jewish.
Well, no, I'm saying that he's the richest, right?
He's the richest man ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, there's him, and like most of the richest people. Like if you look at the top 10, top 20 billionaires, you're not going to find a lot of Jewish people on there. Maybe one. I don't know. Like maybe there's one or two, but most of them are from like all over the world. They're from like Europe. There's obviously Ambani from India. He's like, it's like 3 or 4 or something like that. Mm-hmm. They're from all over the world. Chinese billionaires, right? It's just, again, it's which markets and societies have, economic, hegemonic dominance at the moment. That's basically what determines it. It's not religion.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, Soros is the only one, and he's not even like he's not even that high up. Multi-billionaire. Yeah, he's not a multi-billionaire like a huge multi-billionaire. So, and he's given away a lot of his money anyways. So,
This is silly. We're just.
I think we've.
Yeah. We just keep going. Yeah.
And there is some truth to that.
We got a lot to go.
Yeah. About Chinese people, because Chinese people are extremely materialistic. Like Chinese.
Really?
This is some self-hate, bro.
Well, yeah, like, hello? Most Chinese people live under, like, barely, like, at the global poverty line. It's pretty bad in China.
Mm.
Yeah, like, hello?
Yeah.
Don't be a Chinese... don't be a Chinese industrial worker. It's not great, folks.
Yeah, outside Tier 1, Tier 2 cities, it's not great over there.
Yeah.
I will be completely honest, yeah.
Of money. But we're not as creative as...
Does this even mean?
Wait, what?
But
lost the sound. Did we lose the sound there for a second?
Are you good? You want me to go over that again?
Yeah, just go back over that again.
Tell me if you can hear it.
Money. But we're not as creative as Jewish people. So I think that being...
Yeah,
it's good.
Okay, we're good, okay.
Oh, no, now the sound is gone again. What the fuck's going on?
Huh?
The sound is gone.
I'm not even streaming.
It's not going through Discord. What the heck? We're being shut down by Discord, folks.
Yeah, we're being canceled by Professor Jiang.
We're being canceled by Discord. They don't want us to learn about the truth of, well, the dawn of the Jews or something.
Okay, I reshared. Hopefully it's stable this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what does he mean they're not as creative? Again, it's like I said, that religious eschatological thinking, it has you put people in boxes and say, oh, this group of people is like this, and generalizations, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the problem. Okay, let's try again.
Chinese love money, but we're not as creative as Jewish people. So I think
Better?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That being materialistic, being capitalistic, it's not enough. You also need to have an element of creativity within your culture. And that's why I think that the Bible helps.
Okay, like, what does that mean, right? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Element of creativity, like, in terms of, like, culture, like, cultural sort of hegemony?
Yeah, what does that even... Okay, has this guy... Okay.
What's that mean?
First of all, okay, I'm gonna get on my South Asian history arc here. I'm the South Asian freedom fighter in this community. Okay, so
That's true.
one of many. So 235 also is okay. 235 is my South Indian counterpart. I'm the North Indian. So, anyways, the creativity in a society, again, look at indigenous peoples for like time immemorial, for thousands of years. They've been, you know, look at their, like, look at all the art and storytelling and oral traditions and music and stuff they've created. That's not creative to you? Like, that's messed up. See, this is, like I said, this is a very colonizer way to view the world, right? The way this is essentially what, like, what British officers would probably say when they came to India. And, you know, they would say, oh, these people aren't really that creative and stuff like that. I'm like, have you seen the dresses and clothing we wear? Have you seen the food we make?
Bro, has this guy seen, like, those Chinese dragons and like parades and shit like that? Those things are crazy.
And all the architecture and or like in Japan, those Shinto temples and how colorful they are. Like, that's not creative.
Okay, dude, nice meme.
Tamil poetry goes back about what 8,000, 9,000 plus years. Like, it's we humans have been creative since they've existed. Like, it doesn't mean that I have a better civilization, therefore I'm creative. It's like, whatever, man.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, Mahabalipuram. Yeah, so I'm gonna mess this up, but yeah, there's a couple places in Tamil Nadu that have like really old architecture and history preserved. You know, old temples. Mahabalipuram and Thoothukudi. If you go to those places, and there's a lot of other places in southern India that have like just incredible art. Like, your jaw will be on the floor. He's saying creative because he doesn't want to say sneaky. That's so true. Yeah, that's probably it.
The sneaky Indians, folks. They're very sneaky, folks.
Anyways.
Of Jews. Okay? So this is a really good point. And also, the really good point to understand is that this is a class on intellectual speculation. Okay? We're trying to figure out
intellectual speculation.
Yeah, so based off of like we know what he means by that. Schizophrenic conspiracy theories that I just randomly come up with in my basement.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on. Ideas. There's no truth there, okay? So everything I say, we're going to solve, doubt whatever I say. This class is really meant to be a platform or jumping board for you to undertake your own intellectual journey, okay? All right, so please keep that in mind. But we're going to look more closely at this question today, okay? Why is it that Jews are so dumb?
Here we go.
So we will look at the beginning of the Jewish people. And I'm going to make the argument to you that Israel and the Jewish identity are constructs of the imperial imagination.
What does that mean?
Oh man, there's so many ways you could. I mean,
the imperial imagination.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to. So I'll let him cook a little bit. Let's see.
Yeah, just keep going.
Yeah, I need context.
This is hard to understand, so I'm going to explain to you slowly. Yeah. The idea is that because of its geographical location, Israel has always been historically important. And as a result, different empires have tried to manipulate the identity of Israel to best promote their own agenda or policies. Okay, so I know this is a hard concept to understand, but we'll go for it slowly. And again, we're spending like the rest of the semester on this major thesis of ours.
I mean, you could say that about a lot of places around the world. I mean, you could say that. I mean, there's so many like okay, what can you say about Turkey and
yeah, this is
used to be called Anatolia. Right?
Yeah, this is something that's highly contextual based on like the current sort of Mecca and Medina. You could say the exact same thing. Those are giant religious cities that are very, very like important as well. Like, it doesn't matter. Right? Yeah,
or like an example. There's actually a book I'm reading right now by a Ukrainian historian. His name is Serhiy Plokhy, and he wrote a book called The Gates of Europe, and it talks about the whole history, even prehistory, of Ukraine and the Pontic Steppe, and like how important that was. Mm-hmm. But he also says himself, like, you know, he compares it to a lot of other places around the world that are
Constantinople has been the most important city throughout history as well, many a time. Right?
Yeah, for a long time in the Roman, even before Rome, because just I mean the Bosphorus Strait and all that stuff. But I'm saying the Pontic Steppe and sort of that being sort of the gateways into like Europe and the Western Hemisphere. But it's like there's no one place that is geographically important. There are like nexus points and like, vital like infrastructure and waterways. And you could say that much, but like to say that, the Levant or what Israel or whatever you want to call it is unique, I'm not buying it. Like it's on the Mediterranean Sea. Every point on the Mediterranean Sea was like strategically important. So, so was Greece. Okay, what about Greece and Italy and Spain? They're all strategically important. What about Gibraltar? The point where Europe touches Africa, pretty much.
Oh, the British were sawing the fuck out over Gibraltar. They still own it to this day.
They still do. They still do. Yep. Cyprus, the British are still sawing out over it.
So, no, that's a Greek and a Turkish thing right now.
Yeah, but it was a British colony, I think, but I think they just have a base. Isn't the RAF?
I believe they do have a base there.
Okay.
But that's disputed between the Greeks and the Turks right now.
Of course. Wow. Yeah. Anyways, this 3 rules of geopolitics. Oh boy.
Let's keep going,
Okay, so let's talk about history. Okay, so what we did last week is look at the cultures that have emerged out of Bronze Age collapse, which are now going to dominate history. Okay, they are the Greeks, the Persians, and the Israelites. Okay, now we're going to look at how these ideas.
Man, this is so westernized. Anyways,
play out in history. But for us to do that, we first need to understand how history works. Now, I identified 3 different patterns of geopolitics. Okay, and I want you guys to remember these patterns. The first pattern is this. It's really important I understand. Competition within nation states are what matter. Okay, competition between nation states don't really matter, or they're not as significant as competition within nation states. And the idea we have here is elite overproduction. So what drives a lot of conflict is the fact that domestically you have these different competing factions, and they're all competing for power. Okay, so you have too many elites, too few status positions, and so they're competing against each other. This drives a lot of conflict. Okay. So
okay, what?
I mean, so he's saying that competition between nation states isn't as important as competition within a nation state. So within a nation state, you're going to have, I guess, divisions of society or whatever, right? You're going to have a caste system or a class system of some kind. And I mean, he's basically saying that, there's a lot of, there's very few elite positions at the top, and there's way too many elites and all this stuff.
Yeah, and the question was, what is exactly, what does that exactly fucking mean?
Yeah, and there's no class analysis. There's no class analysis. There's no socioeconomics in this. It's like, no, I don't buy this theory of elite overproduction. Like,
it's anti-materialistic, right?
Yep.
Period.
Yeah, this is. Marx and not only him, many people would even
be like, nah, bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, even Adam Smith
would disagree with him as well. This is true. Yeah. All right, hold on. Got to shit on go back a little bit.
Sure thing.
Shitting on a loser in YouTube chat. Bro, Hedron,
hello.
Isn't this like the 4th or 5th time you're like coming into my fucking comment section? Bro, why are you so obsessed with me? Guys, if you don't fucking like me, like, why do you keep coming into my fucking comment section of various fucking videos of mine? You're weird, bro.
Yeah, we got a dedicated fan here.
We got a big fan here, guys. Hedron 1985. What? You're just upset that I fucking owned you with your dumbass fucking arguments on, I think it was like a Tectone video or something. I don't remember exactly, because like that's how much of an irrelevant loser you are. Like, bro, why are you obsessed?
Yeah, this makes sense.
Why are you obsessed with me, little bro?
Yeah,
well, you want to
go over to
dick?
Rumble and watch your bald-headed hero over there.
Watch your fucking rapist buddy over there, buddy.
Yeah. Yep. Anyways, okay, so I'm not buying this point that he's missing material analysis about countries. So, anyways, let's go on.
Positions, and so they're competing against each other. This drives a lot of conflict. Okay, that's the first idea. Second idea is that the elite have shifting loyalties. Okay, think of Game of Thrones.
Okay, I'll agree with him on this. I mean that's been true throughout time with heads of state and rulers. Yeah, there's shifting loyalties.
Nobles backstab
Crusader Kings 3.
Yeah, nobles backstab each other all the time. That happens constantly.
Yep.
I'm not sure if you guys have seen the TV series or read the books Game of Thrones, but everyone wants to be king, right?
Oh, I think I'm losing sound again.
Well, Discord, why are you not cooperating?
I think it might be something to do with my CPU. I'm gonna close some stuff then.
No worries. Let you take care of that.
Factorio, Discord, and all the tabs I have open are not probably very happy right now.
I guarantee it's all those tabs.
Well, it's partially Factorio, and it's partially also the tabs. Okay. Gone. Let's open the task man.
Zoom back a couple seconds.
Okay, CPU 37%. Okay, we should be good now.
Much better. There we go. All right. So yeah,
Just 'cause
the elite have shifting loyalties. I agree with this. So
yeah, you just keep going.
And
Yep.
they're all competing for power, okay? So you have too many elites, too few.
Fucking God, what the hell? Okay, they fucking it's cut out again. At this point, then it's fucking Discord then.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I restarted the stream too, and that didn't help at all. And I'm not even like I'm at 720p, so it shouldn't be hitting you that hard.
It should not be. That's very weird.
What if I go lower frame rate? 'Cause that should be fine. 30 FPS should be fine.
It shouldn't be. I think it's just Discord then.
Yeah. Okay.
Being dog shit.
Yeah. Oh, and if you share from your end, it'll probably be even worse.
Probably. I have no idea what's because I'm getting constant encoding overloaded fucking warnings. I'm like, buddy, like my RAM is at 60%, my CPU is at 30. Like that's not what? That's so weird. I don't know.
Let's see what we can do.
I think it should be okay for now. Just like
Yeah, just let me know. That's annoying. Okay.
it is annoying.
Yep. All right.
The idea is that the elite have shifting loyalties. Okay, think of Game of Thrones. I'm not sure you guys have seen a TV series or read the books Game of Thrones, but everyone wants to be king, right? And they're gonna kill their brother. They're gonna kill their father. They're gonna
Okay, we already went over this part.
The third thing is that war can be a mechanism to protect the status quo. All right, the idea of equilibrium. In that sometimes the conflict is really bad, so what you do, you start a war, so you can start off people to get killed. Okay, and that way you can maintain equilibrium within your system. And we'll see this. We'll see this pattern throughout human history.
He's not exactly
war.
He's not exactly wrong here. I mean, war is essentially doing politics through different means, right? He's not entirely inaccurate there. But in terms of like preservation of the status quo, kind of, sort of, in various ways, but it's not exactly accurate. Not really. Because what's like, for example, what's going on in Iran, that's not for preservation of the status quo, that's an upending of the status quo. Like, because Netanyahu jingled some fucking keys. It's like what the fuck is this? Yeah, that's a good point, Armor and Quills. Yeah, no one says geopolitics with a hyphen between the geo and the politics. That never fucking happens. Like, no one spells it like that. It's all one word, generally speaking.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Might be a different English. I don't know what they do in like British English or whatever. But I've never seen.
No, he went to Canada.
He
went to Canada to study. He knows to speak English.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
And he's fucking BA in literature. Okay, whatever. Just keep going.
Anyways, I'm not gonna gripe over a hyphen.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. War. I wouldn't say war necessarily protects the status quo because you're decimating a lot. You're dedicating a lot of food, a lot of resources and things to war, right? World War II, people were rationing here, right? We were rationing bread, butter, everything, meat. So because it had to go to the front lines, and so yeah. No, I don't think it's not to protect the status quo. It's to fulfill imperialist objectives, right? Generally, right? That's generally what war has been for: is conquest, imperialist objectives, or it could be as simple as, hey, two kings beefing and duking it out. That's the older example.
The best way to always put this is it's politics by different means.
Exactly.
So these are the three ideas I want you guys to remember as we move on and discuss world history. All right, so I'm going to give us an example for us to understand. Okay, think of the Warring States period of China before the emergence of the first empire.
fucking, I'm losing sound again.
No.
It has to be. It has to be fucking Discord. God, fuck. I hate this application so much. It's so shit.
I really do. Yeah. What do we do? Maybe do we restart from? I don't know if restarting would necessarily help. It just seems to run up on memory.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do actually instead. I guess it doesn't like Factorio being open. I have no fucking idea.
Yeah, we could just focus on the video. Yeah.
Yeah, just focus on the fucking video.
Yeah. For now, I think that might be our solution.
Yeah, I have no idea why it's behaving like this, but it just does. It is not behaving.
Nope.
Don't like.
Okay, let's see if it behaves now.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna close the game.
Sure thing.
I'm gonna assume it's because of the game. At this point,
Gonna blame the game.
we're blaming the game, folks. All right.
Blame the game, not the gamer. Anyways,
That's true. Don't hate the player. Always hate the game.
So true. That's
right,
a real
we should be
player
good.
do. Anyway. Okay, so he's going to get into China now, right? He's using it as an example. The Warring States period, I guess? Yeah.
China.
So I'm going to give us an example for us to understand. Okay, think of the Warring States period of China before the emergence of the first empire, the Qing Empire. Okay, and as you can see from this map, China is divided into different warring states that are all powerful. And at this time in history, the Qing Empire, sorry, the Qing state is the poorest, it's the most isolated, and it is the least advanced. Okay, you can see that Chu, Zhao, they are more powerful. And you can argue that eventually one of them would emerge to unite all China, but they did not. It was the Qing, the isolated, marginalized, backward state that came to conquer. And so the question is, why does this happen? And so if we use our three principles, right, we can understand why. These three states, these different states are not competing against each other. It's elites within these states are competing against each other, okay, elite overproduction. So the way they manage this is for them to use warfare in order to maintain the status quo, to create equilibrium, okay? And how we know is, from this time emerges the idea of Chinese chess, right?
What? Okay, hold on. So, okay, I'm not 100%... I am not too familiar with the Warring Period, like Three Kingdoms era of China, okay? Don't know a lot there. But he's trying to, like, apply his, like, strange sort of, like, idea. I mean, it was a bunch of, like... He's not wrong there. A bunch of, like, big players had, like, their own sort of ambitions for their kingdoms to try to unify the entirety of the state of China, sort of. I think that's, like, a very, very TLDR version of it. It's not exactly how it works. Again, I'm not 100% familiar with this era of history, because I haven't really looked at it all that much. It is interesting, though. Not exactly. It's mostly just, like... It's a bunch of differing competing interests, a lot of backstabbing, like, not really, like, what's he saying, like, overproduction because of elite interests or something? Like whatever his, like, weird conspiracy theory is? Or not conspiracy
Or too much... So he's talking about how, like, elites in a society. No, we do have an idea of what we're talking about. The elites in the society are, like, competing for a few, noble seats, next to the emperor, let's say. I mean, you could probably say this was true and say, like,
yeah, but during
Louis the 16th's time or whatever.
Yeah, I think during the Three Kingdoms period, I don't think there was an emperor, or the emperor was like a puppet, basically. Like, they had zero power, like nothing whatsoever. I think, which is why it all deteriorated into the sort of like kingdoms, the kingdoms like warring states. Yeah, it's God, it's the name of the fucking fat warlord, right? And his main shtick was that he was fat. It wasn't Cao Cao. Cao Cao was like the quote unquote tactical, strategic, brilliant mind. There's Lu Bu, and there's, I think it's like Wei something. I don't remember, but from what I understood, that guy, from what I understood, that guy was like a complete shitter, and everyone hated him. And he was the one who made it first to the emperor, and then essentially, basically, that dude was the one who sort of like became the de facto emperor because he was the first to make it back to the imperial palace, something like that. I don't remember 100% exactly.
I wouldn't say that's elite overproduction. The reason being, they were different states. So what Jiang is talking about when he says elite overproduction, it's within a single state. So in this case,
don't pay attention to anything in YouTube chat. That guy's a fucking moron.
Yeah, I won't.
Who cares?
Right, but I'm addressing. So Jiang himself is actually a little confused because he's saying that, well, it's warring emperors, so that's elite overproduction. No, earlier his definition of elite overproduction is within a single state. It's not between states. That's what he said earlier. So he's contradicting himself already. Anyways, my response to this is he's basing a theory of how the world works based on a particular period of history and how warring empires got together. It's not that simple. You can't just say, oh, it happened in China, so this is how it works everywhere.
Yeah,
you can't just rubber stamp it.
Yeah, it's not because of a bunch of elites sort of like competing with one another. It depends. It depends on the sort of like conditions right at the time here, right?
That's why you need material analysis, exactly. And it could be that again, maybe maybe this empire over here had, which eventually won over the others. Maybe they had terrain advantage. Maybe they had resource advantages. They may not have had monetary wealth and financialization, but they might have had resource advantages.
The sort of like strategic initiative during the Three Kingdoms period, it exchanged hands quite often, from what I remember. Where
very volatile.
It was very volatile. Again, like all of these guys constantly made a bunch of like deals with one another, backstabbed each other constantly, a whole bunch of different stuff like this.
Anyways, moving on.
Warfare that is regulated, that is ritualized. Okay, so when we go to war, when we battle each other, we have to respect each other's the rules of the warfare. That's stupid. War should be about killing the other guy. It should be about following the rules. Okay.
I mean, there was.
So it's just
there was kind of jungle. I mean, there was kind of rules of engagement, but not really at those times. Sort of. Like, it wasn't really like exactly enforced. Like, there was no Geneva Convention, but like, Like, not exactly. I think like it varied from like empire to empire in terms of like military doctrine and what the specific general wanted to do. It just depended on what the general would want to do.
Yep.
So another piece of evidence is, at this time in history, Shunzi wrote the book, The Art of War. This is one of the stupidest books ever written, okay? I guarantee you, if you follow this book, you're going to lose the war badly.
Wait, did Sun Tzu write The Art of War during the Three Kingdoms era? I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I thought The Art of War was like revisionist propaganda.
When did The Art of War get written? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it was written in the 5th century. Three Kingdoms period was earlier than that.
Yeah, it was post hoc.
Yeah, it was
like a lot of again, like it's kind of like the Bible, right? A lot of the newer parts of the Bible, like the New Testament. I mean, obviously the Old Testament, so that's been around. The Jewish
it was. By the way, the Art of War was written about 250 years later. Like
that's like several lifetimes after.
Yeah, there's been so many fucking developments and changes. Like, what are you talking about, Jiang?
Yep.
How to cheat in a heavily regulated game, okay? So things like using spies, making a hierarchy, okay? You have all these rules. And guess what? In actual war, none of these things actually work, okay? So if you look at history, I'm going to tell you exactly how to win a war, okay? And the way you win a war is, first of all, you have to be completely committed to winning this war. Okay, total warfare. Second is that if you want to win this war, you have to make sure that talent arises. So you have to be open and meritocratic. Okay, if an officer.
No society is meritocratic.
Yeah. Also,
there's never been a meritocratic society in the history of the world.
Also, by the way, the people who become fucking generals, generally speaking, are fucking nepo baby. Like if we're talking about like ancient times, it's nepo baby fucking nobles and shit all the time.
Yeah. Whoever licked the emperor's boots the most.
Generally speaking, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Or if they were on retainer. Well, if you're on retainer, you're not a general. You're just you're.
Yeah, no one's going to scout out their like nearest peasant spearmen or whatever and make them all of a sudden a tactician. Like, that's not how that works.
No, you're just a grunt and you're taking orders. So anyways, Yeah.
If a general is winning this war, you promote him. That sounds easy, right? But not if you're trying to score power. Because what's important to you is to maintain that your family is always on top. So if a general arises who is very innovative, who's really talented, you kill him because he's a threat to you. Okay? So
I mean, it depends. It's not that simple. It depends, right? Because it's very, very political during those times where certain like monarchs during the time will have like better relations with their general, yada yada yada, or they'll be a part of their family, blah 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 blah. It depends. It really, really depends.
Oh, also modern example. When Trump won, right? When he killed Soleimani, right? One of the top generals in Iran. Did that weaken Iran? No, not really.
Yeah, it didn't.
If
really
anything, it strengthened them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So anything, it told them, yeah, we need to stockpile more fucking weapons.
Yeah. It mobilized them more than anything else. So yeah, no, that that didn't really work. And yeah, this third point about discipline and high morale among soldiers, I mean, again,
I think it's
getting behind a net.
Yeah, I mean, this is like a general sort of thing. Again, this is like highly fucking gamified. That's not exactly how that works in reality. Like, Jiang, you're not playing fucking Rome Total War, buddy, where you need to make sure that your general is closer to your not your skirmish infantry, but your throwaway infantry or something to make sure that they hold the line a little longer so they get morale boosts. It's not how that fucking works.
Yeah, and most people, what do they join the military for? They join to escape poverty. That's essentially the main reason people join the military. It's not actual like discipline, morale, and all that. It's just necessity. So,
or they got like conscripted back during those times.
Yeah, or back in the day it was conscription. Yes, correct. What do you think he means when a state at war should be open? I don't know. I don't know. What
I have no idea because he's like saying like be open and meritocratic, like that anyone should be accepted in like a position of like an officer or a general or some form of tactician. It's like it's just not how any of this society works. Like
no, you have to be selective. You have to be selective for those kind of leadership positions. Like if you're not, you're gonna lose.
Because like I said before, you're not gonna give your average peasant all of a sudden like a fucking officer role during those. That never happens. Never happened.
Anyways, siege warfare. Oh, lovely.
Are happy. I know it sounds really simple, but again, if you're a power, you don't really care. Okay? Destroy enemy civilian centers. Siege warfare. Okay? Go and destroy the city because that's how they produce their work capacity, right? The food.
That's that's not how siege warfare worked back at those times. Generally, how siege warfare happened was you would surround the city, cut off all avenues of the city from being able to get food, and then you just starve them out. Right?
Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily.
Yeah, you don't want to destroy everything because then you have to rebuild them.
Yeah, it's too expensive. Yeah. So yeah, it was more about just choking the town or the city.
Like if you could storm in from time to time, if there's like an opportunity that presents itself to storm in to like probe the defenses. Yeah, you do that, right? Yeah. Also, yeah, good point. Armor and quills. Yeah, cities. No one produces the food. Stupid, right? Very, very dumb.
Yep.
Kill civilians. Disrupt supply lines. Overstretch your enemy. Divide and conquer. Strike their enemy. Kill their gods. Okay. If you really want a war.
Again, that's the eschatological BS coming in. Like you can't like. Okay, what do you mean? I guess I don't know. Burn their idols down or whatever. I mean.
Yeah, like this nonsense.
I mean, you're burning statues down. You're just burning a statue down or a temple. There's probably another statue of the same idol in the next town over. Like.
Okay.
So sure, what did you win there? Nothing.
If you really want to win a war, this is what you have to do. And we know because. No.
Discord's being a dumbass again.
No.
Yeah. I think it's just Discord at this point.
Darn. Are we cooked?
I dive.
Oh my goodness.
Fucking Discord, man. I hate this application.
Okay, 30 frames. Let's go. This should help. I don't know if it'll help on your end.
I think it's just Discord, honestly.
Okay.
Or maybe if I were to share, maybe that'll help. I'm not sure though.
Could you?
Yeah, I mean I close everything.
Okay. Yeah, try sharing. I'm at the 12:30 mark, so. Sorry, we're having some tech difficulties here because of Discord.
I can't believe heckin' Lefty or my hecking leftist whatever the fuck. Oh, technical difficulties? Oh, Jesus.
Shocker. Right.
Okay. The fucking big ass fucking boom sound. Thank you, Opera. Yeah, they don't. It's like very often with religion, it's like self-actualization, shit like that. Blah 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 blah. I mean, he's just saying a bunch of fucking gobbledygook.
Yeah, I want to get to the actual like revisionist history because I have the Bible and everything on.
Yes, yes. We should probably keep speeding through a lot of this. I think.
Yeah, speed. Yes.
Otherwise, we'll never get through this stuff. Cause
I'm at 1.7 on 1.75 on the video. So.
So we have.
All right, our favorite putis is open. I do not have 1.75. I mean, I could just fucking set it up to that. There we go. Yeah, putos. 12:30. That works.
I'll let you know if it's good on this end. It should be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me go into streamer mode as well. All right, I see it.
Lovely.
And let me see if I can hear it.
Let me just start from a little further back then.
Perfect.
Happy. I know it sounds really simple, but again, if you're school power,
yeah, I can hear it.
Okay? Destroy enemy civilian centers, siege warfare. Okay? Don't destroy the city because that's how they produce their work capacity, right? The food, the soldiers, right? Kill civilians. Destroy supply lines, overstretch enemy, divide and conquer, strike your enemy, kill their gods. Okay? If you really want a war, if you really want to win a war, this is what you have to do. And we know because this is what the Romans did. This is what the Prussians did. This is what the Aztecs did. This is what the conquistadors did. This is what the Mongols did. Every single power that has conquered everyone else has done all these things. Okay? So when they don't do these things, it's because these different warring states aren't actually at war with each other. They're actually friends. Okay? They're all intermarried with each other. They're all trying to maintain the status quo. They use war as a game in order to maintain the status quo to create equilibrium. Okay? So this is true for Mesopotamia. Okay? Mesopotamia is important because remember, this is the cradle of civilization. This is where the first empires will emerge. This is where most technological innovation happens. This was for the longest time the wealthiest part of the world. Okay? So remember, the idea of Mesopotamia is that the first city-state is Uruk, and then they will develop colonies throughout the Tigris and Euphrates, and then these colonies will come into war with each other. And they're all friends with each other. They're all intermarried, and the elite create these highly ritualized warfare. Okay? And one really important rule is that you don't kill each other's god. Okay? Because in their religion, the god lives in their temple. So you don't attack their temple. But guess what? All their money, all their gold is in the temple. Okay? So you're not allowed to steal each other's gold. That's stupid. Okay? Because now you don't accomplish much.
So isn't this like more so like materialist analysis over here? Yeah, you don't go after the gold. I mean, those are supposed to be like the essential spoils of war. Blah 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 blah. Right? That's the kind of like thing behind that. There's a lot of even back during ancient times. There's a lot of fucking very very specific, highly contextualized rules with this stuff. Very very often. Right? Like in terms of spoils from a battle. Typically, it was a huge fucking faux pas to let's say you like lost a battle, to then just go out and like harass the people claiming the fucking loot of like, you know, scavenging a bunch of like armor from like dead people. Huge fucking social faux pas, for example, right? It would constantly speaking, it would like kind of depend. I mean, generally speaking, why a lot of people would like siege cities is because first off, it's kind of hard to siege a walled city with a bunch of dudes on foot. Like it's kind of difficult to get over the wall. So that's generally speaking why, for the most part, instead of, you know, actually trying to destroy the city, because that takes a lot of time, resources, manpower. If there's like a hole within the wall or something, you know, or a weakness, you can just probe for the weaknesses, blah 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 blah. If something works, you can storm in, you get lucky, blah 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 blah. That doesn't happen very very often throughout history. With like an enemy army like just storming in on the city, unless like someone's on the inside or something helping you out, which is something which does happen very, very often, right? And like, generally speaking, most cities were forced to surrender, or they would just willingly, like, just be like, listen, you like completely cooked the Grand Army by like our main general or monarch or whatever. Just take the fucking city. We don't want to deal with the siege. Like, fuck that, right? Most cities,
that's when surrender comes.
Yeah, most cities would just fucking surrender, right? Generally speaking, and then like garrisons get left and whatnot, and then you just keep moving on, because again, like, nobody wants the fucking going through a siege takes a long time. Like, it depends on like the local rulers within the cities themselves, like what they would want to do very, very often. Most of the time, depending on like the size of the town, depending on the size of the fucking city, most of them are just going to be like, hey man, we want nothing to do with this. Fuck that. Whatever. Just take it over. Otherwise, like, if it was like a bigger city, it was easier to defend, and it's like a more prominent governor or whatever, or like a noble in the fucking area, they'll just try to fight, right? Very often, there's like a lot of negotiations that also happen between the two people, trying to get like some kind of a deal to be like, listen, we're just going to keep staying here and starve you out. Like, eventually, you're going to fucking croak at some point, which is kind of the point of a lot of this stuff, is to make the other guy in the fucking walled city croak. Yeah. Right? Like, who's gonna, I don't know, call mercy first or chicken first or whatever. Very often with a lot of siege warfare, it's who calls it's a game of chicken. Very, very often.
Yeah, and you have to remember, back then, siege warfare was the highest, like, if you were a king or a lord or whatever, it was the most expensive thing your empire did. Your kingdom or whatever empire, sultanate did, was sieging other places. It's the most expensive thing.
Very,
right? So
very,
you want to get it done quickly. You want to make them surrender ASAP. Like, you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want
the structure in the temple and all that.
You really don't want protracted sieges, especially depending on like your overall like tactical goals and whatnot. Of course, a lot of this got upended essentially because of the advent of the cannon, which made walls basically useless. Like, technology significantly changed quite a lot of this, but if we're talking about like really, really early like Mesopotamic, like Egyptian Bronze Age sort of era, yeah, you'd like siege warfare was fucking hard because walls are very, very, they're very tough.
Not that much of warfare. So for the longest time, this was the status quo. And then what happened is
a little louder will be good.
Man named Jiang, okay? And you can think of him as lower nobility. So what we'll see in history is that within a city-state, there's always been conflict between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, okay? The upper nobility is in charge. They want to maintain the status quo. The lower nobility want to steal that power, okay? This is what happened in Rome, where Julius Caesar is all the lower nobility, and he will steal.
So he's talking about the Empire of Akkad.
And so Lucas Legacy is from Umma, and he's like, you know what, screw this. These rules are stupid. I want to conquer everyone. I want to be the top dog, okay? So what he's doing that's very different from previous times is he's now going and ransacking each of these temples. So now he has the capacity to be able to build an empire, okay? But by doing that, what happens is that...
So yeah, it's basically like ransack all the riches, try to bring back spoils, loot, blah, 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 blah. Very, very simple.
The other city-states recognize him as a threat, and so they invite mercenaries, a place called Akkad, to come and help them, okay? And this leads us to the first world empire called the Akkadian Empire, named by Sargon of Akkad. Now, his name is interesting. His name means legitimate ruler.
Not the content creator.
He's not a legitimate ruler. He's probably a mercenary like David who stole the throne. Okay? He saw an opportunity and he stole the throne. But there's a pattern in history where if there's competition among different city-states, the competition is not resolved amongst themselves because they have an equilibrium. So what happens is that an outsider, a mercenary, usually comes in who doesn't respect the rules and he's able to unite everyone. Okay? Through innovations.
That is not how that works at all whatsoever. There's a... He's not exactly wrong. This has happened before, but generally speaking, a lot of the sort of quote unquote greats within history, like say Peter the Great or whatever, who have had like major like territorial gains and like military victories and whatnot, are in line with the noble fucking bloodline. It wasn't just like a random mercenary like with a chip on his shoulder who decided to, I don't know, like strike it out and get lucky and make it fucking rich. That's like not exactly how that works out, right? Unless he's like, again, still talking about like really, really like early eras of history still. But even then, it was mostly like local fucking rulers, people within positions of power. Like, yeah, did a mercenary king always happen again? And he like, I don't know, force his way into like a position of power and nobility? Yeah, it happened. Not that often. Like,
yeah, and that's kind of the myth around. That's the myth around King David, right? Because when David, when obviously the narrative is David, David killed Goliath and slayed a giant with a slingshot or whatever.
Not the Nephilim.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's Yeah, exactly. And then, later, later became the king of Israel or whatever. Obviously, it's a narrative. It's actually a little biblical history for you, or biblical, I guess. They've done some like archaeology to try to check the veracity of the biblical narratives, and it turns out there's no like existing record of David that's like agreed upon. And same with King Solomon. So at this point, they're kind of mythical kings, and you'll see this a lot. This is not unique to Judaism or Christianity. Hinduism is full of this, by the way, with mythical kings, and obviously, in England you have the myth of King Arthur and many others.
Yeah.
So yeah, nothing new. But there's a sort of narrative of like a mercenary coming in and usurping and all this stuff. That's essentially King David's.
Or like a lot of these like mythological kings that people told stories about, because it's like, I mean, maybe there was a guy like that, maybe, but we don't have any writings about this, so let's just tell stories, because that's how a lot of these like initial tidbits of history were passed down, was through people telling stories. A lot of this wasn't written down. The advent of writing, yeah, I mean, like a lot of the advent of writing came later. Like, I mean, they were doing it partially within like Mesopotamia. They were doing it then. So it existed pretty much by that point in time. But most of the stuff that we have like preserved right now, either it's like very difficult to sort of like translate because we lost the ability to be able to do that because it got lost throughout like passing of time throughout history, or was not really like properly fucking preserved. Like, so it's tough. A lot of historians have to kind of make like some guesses, like educated guesses, saying like, I mean, we think this is what happened. There's constant fucking debates about like a lot of the interpretations and stories as well. It's one of those things where it's just like, yeah, like it's a bit of a shit show, guys.
All right, moving on.
So this is why the Qing dynasty, and not the Zhao or the Chu or the Wei, were able to unite all of China, because the Qing dynasty was given to total warfare. They didn't care about your rules. They wanted to win.
Not
so
exactly
as you see, the
how
Indian
that
Empire
works.
stretches throughout the Fertile Crescent, okay? Conquers Mesopotamia, modern Iraq, extends over to Anatolia, and captures a lot of the Levant, okay? But this area, the Levant, is historically the most strategic location in the world. Why? Because it gives you access to Egypt, Mesopotamia, and Anatolia. Historically, the three wealthiest parts of the world. So whoever controls the Levant is able to always threaten Egypt. Okay? And for most of history, this part, the Levant, was an Egyptian colony. But remember that after the Bronze Age collapsed, Egypt was not able to project power in the Levant, and so the different empires fought for the Levant in order to threaten Egypt. Okay? So Jerusalem is literally the center of the world. And we'll see that throughout history, people consider Jerusalem the center of the world. Both for religious reasons, but also really for geopolitical.
Dude.
Yeah, it's not. That's not exactly it. They considered the region, sort of generally speaking, important because there was a lot of highly fucking valuable cities like Sidon, Tyre, Antioch, Damascus, all the ports. They wanted access to those fucking ports to get like lucrative Mediterranean trade. Mostly, that's what they fucking wanted.
The other reason is terrain, right? So if you look at the actual, so again, him saying it's the only like most important place in the world, not really. Now, was it a valuable thoroughfare? Sure, it was, because you had all the port cities, and then you also had terrain advantage. Because see, if you go to the Levant today, in southern what is today Israel, but southern Palestine, you have the Negev Desert, which is a brutally hot desert that's
very easy to defend.
And it's very easy to defend. Well, it's hard to traverse also, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's a natural barrier. Like,
it's a natural barrier. So naturally you go through, coastal Palestine, and then you go through, then you get to, Sinai and then Egypt. So, it was just geography. Like, there's nothing, like, he's trying to say that there's like some religious eschatological, reason that this is the center of the world. It's like, no, it was geography.
It's just very, very strategic.
Nothing special.
Yeah, strategically advantageous. It is a very rich in terms of like agricultural production as well. Lots of various crops and like products that you can sort of like grow there for trading fucking purposes, like say like incense, olives, various other fucking crops that you could grow there. Very valuable for trade, generally speaking. That's the main reason why.
And again, to call it the center of the world, like I wouldn't say that. I mean, the South China Sea has always been that body of water has always been strategically important in Asia. Then you have the Bosphorus Strait in Turkey, right? All of these are strategically important. And again, it's all geography. There's nothing spiritual or special about whatever. Like it's
Yeah, I don't think there was like a lot of like, I don't know, Temple Israel or Al-Aqsa Mosque type shit in fucking Jerusalem at this point. Like those
this is way before that.
Yeah, those did not exist quite yet, Jiang.
Reasons, okay? Now, the other thing to remember about this area is that it's highly competitive because it's hard to protect Mesopotamia. Okay, it's very, very wealthy, but as you can see, there are these mountain tribes over here that can always threaten Mesopotamia, okay? So this is a pattern in history where whoever established an empire in Mesopotamia is always being threatened by the mountains, the regions, the borderlands. Okay, this is a pattern throughout.
Not exactly. Again, a lot of rivers you have to cross, which means a lot of bridges, which means a lot of choke points. So not really. Like if we're talking about, were these guys, because a lot of the tribes up here, like these hill tribes, generally speaking, more nomadic. Rely on a lot of like horse armies, generally speaking, like. Because they were sort of, I'm mostly like referring to probably Hellenistic history here. A lot of like Eastern sort of like Zoroastrian societies that relied more on the horse, and that was like their main sort of like units within battle. Horses in rivers do not go well together.
No.
They don't. Horses don't like water. They don't like traversing over water. Get a horse on a boat. Oh, that horse will not like it. So it makes it rather easy to defend because if you just establish certain bridges with choke points, you can put your forces there, make sure the enemy can't make makeshift bridges to go over there, harass them with like range units and whatever. Like, it becomes relatively easy to hold. You just have to make sure you have like good scouting in order to be able to like catch that out, blah, 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 to shut down any attempts to try to cross these rivers.
Mesopotamian history. And that's why these empires change all the time, okay? So this is the Babylonian Empire. This gives us Hammurabi. Okay. Then you have the Assyrian Empire. The Assyrian Empire is famous for their brutality. They'll come, if you rebel against them, they will kill everyone. Okay? They're notorious for their brutality. Now remember, at this time in history, an empire is not the empire of today where you can exert authority everywhere. An empire at this time is you're mainly controlling certain choke points of trade. And everyone else just sort of like goes along because it benefits them. Okay? So an empire is more like a loose confederation as opposed to a nation state. Okay, so this is the...
It depends on the structure. He's not exactly inaccurate. Here, it really, really depends on the structure and the fucking cultures and customs of the area, right? So, for example, a lot of these, like, Eastern-based empires, so, for example, say, like, the Seleucids, or, say, the Parthians, or the Sassanids, very often, how it would work is they would have local satraps, so nobles within those cities, within the area, who controlled the particular cities, centers of sort of, like, power, more or less. They would have those nobles in their back pocket. If they go to war, they ask the satraps to provide materiel and manpower in order to be able to create a grand army. So then the main ruler and the main ruler's family, sometimes they'll also like bring nobles from within those local satraps alongside to command their fucking forces within battle. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada yada. That's generally speaking how it would work. Sometimes it would also be through direct annexation. It depends, like if depending on the wealth and size of the forces within, and also the amount of like family members that also exist within a lot of these families, because they would always, or like allies that are sympathetic to the main empire's sort of cause or families or what have you, because of like hyper specifically focusing on the Greeks. That's how it generally speaking happened. They divide certain areas based around one city, and then they put in some form of like local governor in that area, and they would govern that particular area. Yada yada yada, shit like that. That's kind of more or less.
Those are the city states, right? The city states of Greece. But then,
yeah, like that's how Alexander would do it. Like he had all of his like generals like Lysimachus, Ptolemy, Antigonos. The Diadochi, those are his generals. They were the ones who were also the main sort of governors of like large swaths, large areas that he delegated himself. And then eventually, when Alexander died, when he said the famous line of, well, who should have your empire? Whoever is the strongest, right? That's what happened with the successor
My
wars.
bank's right.
Yep, the war with the Diadochi. Ptolemy claimed Egypt, Antigonos most of Anatolia, Mesopotamia, Persia, sort of Transoxiana, a bunch of a huge fucking swath of land. Lysimachos was Thrace, pretty much all of Thrace and parts of Macedonia, and I think it was Philip that had the Greek states, right? Those are the main Diadochi, and they constantly had a bunch of wars with one another to try to see who's the strongest, who can reclaim fucking Alexander's empire, right? That's very, very TLDR version of the history. And a lot of these successor kingdoms governed in very, very different ways. So Ptolemy just went along with a lot of Egyptian customs and traditions. Antigonus had basically a fusion, a mix of both Greek and also Eastern sort of rulership, because again, Anatolia, that was most of the sort of Ionian sort of peninsula and provinces for Greece, alongside with more sort of Anatolian tribes. And then obviously once we get to Syria, Iraq, Persia, and further out east, that was a lot more of the Eastern sort of satraps, the Seleucids alone. It was very, very mixed, and it varied very, very often.
That's what I think. So I was just gonna say that I do want to just get through this, but I think one thing I'm seeing with Professor Jiang, and some people might say, oh yeah, he's using logic and he has a full understanding. I don't think he does, because he is treating each of these empires, whether it's the the Achaemenids or the Neo-Syrian Empire, any of these empires, he's treating them as monoliths. They're really not. Like you said, they're based around a single city or wherever the ruler sits, and then they subjugate entire regions and communities and villages, right? So it's not so much loyalty. He seems to think that everybody just does that out of loyalty to the kingdom. No, it's subjugation. It's
very often,
forced.
yeah. Generally speaking, yeah. It's not
a
ruler will go along with it, pretend to be loyal, but they're just this guy's way stronger than me, so I'm just gonna be all right, man, fuck it. You have the bigger army, so whatever.
Yeah.
Syrian Empire. And this is the Neo-Babylonian Empire. Okay, so you have these empires that constantly change over time. History changes when a man emerges called Cyrus the Great. Okay, Cyrus the Great
Here's the
is the
Achaemenids.
founder of something called the Persian Achaemenid Empire. So last class we discussed Zoroastrianism, and Zoroastrianism is really the first great world religion because it provides a simple but powerful model of how the world works. And Zoroastrianism is powerful because it encourages everyone to be their best, right? To seek Asha. Now, for most people, what Asha means is don't ever lie. Okay, and it's actually a really useful thing if you're trying to run an empire. Because when you're an empire, you need soldiers, you need generals, you need administrators, right? And if people don't lie, if people are honest and moral, well, you can expand really quickly, right? And so that's what Cyrus the Great did. Cyrus the Great is also known for his mercy and his generosity. So when he conquers a place, what he will do is he will identify the best people, maybe the king himself, and make them advisors to his regime. Okay? He's known for his tolerance. He's known for his
same with other rulers in the
past. So what happens is that the Babylonian Empire basically surrendered to him without a fight. Why? Because of elite overproduction, right? You get this war going on between the upper nobility and the lower nobility, and they're like, you know what? Let's invite Cyrus the Great, and then we don't have to fight each other anymore. Okay? And that's how Cyrus the Great was able to build the first world empire. Okay? This is Babylon, fall of Babylon, and Cyrus the Great. There are different stories, but one story is that they basically invited him in order to resolve their inner conflicts with each other. Okay.
Again, that's not exactly how that works. It depends. Very often when a lot of sieges happen, or an army shows up at the door, envoys are typically exchanged first, so they talk with each other. Very, very fucking often. So more than likely, they talked with one another and said, listen, man, we're not going to fight. Fuck this bullshit. Whatever. Don't want to do it. I'm not 100% privy to a lot of the battles that probably happened. There may have been an open battle where Cyrus probably had an overwhelming victory, and they were just you know what, man? We just got fucking owned. We're just going to let you fucking have it, and then just move on. Yeah. That's generally speaking how it worked.
Yeah, and I do...
It's still in Iran today.
Yep. I was gonna say I do have something about Cyrus the Great. Maybe he'll bring it up later. So it's about the Cyrus cylinder. But when he gets to it, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a story that when Alexander the Great, who was Macedonian, when he went to conquer the Persian Empire, he discovered that the Cyrus the Great, his tomb was in bad repair. They didn't really maintain or keep it. So he ordered for it to be properly maintained. Okay? The story is by the way probably false, but it shows you that at this time in history, about the year 300, 400, everyone, 300, 400 BCE, everyone was respectful of Cyrus the Great. Okay? Cyrus the Great is considered the world's greatest king or emperor. Okay.
Well, I mean, again, like he's not exactly entire. Like that's not exactly it. It's like if you, generally speaking, if you're a conqueror, most people are not going to like you because it's like, now it's a fucking foreign culture or whatever that we don't really know much about, and we're not really going to like that, and it's going to cause inherent instability. Like it's like cultural penalties. Like for example, in like Rome Total War, you have like a cultural penalty, for example, because you just conquered a city of a foreign culture, blah 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 blah. So they don't like you because you have a different culture, yada yada yada. It causes public order issues because you have a different culture, and then you work to essentially, well, either A, assimilate it, or essentially B, like help maintain the local culture to make sure that people don't fucking rebel on the city that you just conquered. So then you don't have to like waste a bunch of time dealing with a fucking rebellion. That's generally speaking how it works.
Yep.
So as you can see, the Achaemenid Persian Empire is huge. Okay, it encompasses most of West Asia. Okay, so it goes from Iran all the way to Mesopotamia to Anatolia to parts of Greece and basically all of Egypt and Libya. Okay, it's a huge area, and they were able to do this because of their innovations in religion as well as administration. Okay, all right. So let me explain. How do you rule empires usually? Okay, well, the traditional way is you control trade routes and access. Okay, so people have to pay you a tax to go for your trade routes. That's a traditional way. You can also use spirit conquest, and that's what the Assyrians were known for. They would come and kill everyone if you disobeyed them. You took hostages. That's a very common thing where you conquer people.
Not exactly. Again, it depended on how the fucking ruler would do it. Generally speaking, through fear and conquest, not exactly, right?
You take the children of the king as hostages. Okay, intermarriage. Religion, but what the Persians did really well.
Hostages are mostly used for like negotiations after, like that was the point.
After a siege. Yep.
Yeah.
Huge, as well as be really well managed. Forfeits, okay? Effective administration. Again, you have a religion, Zoroastrianism, where people can't lie. That's really good because these bureaucrats will now report real facts to the emperor. And
that's not really the main reason for as to why that fucking happened. A lot of them were basically coerced with potential punishment if they did not report accurate information to the fucking main sort of hegemon or monarch. It's not because of fucking religion. That's nonsensical, right? Again, like that's just sort of like a cultural sort of anachronism. It depended, right? Very often for a lot of these empires, they didn't have one religion. They would have multiple fucking religions. Like, say, for the Ottomans, they would have Jews, Christians, Muslims, probably a bunch of pagans in there still anyways. They had a ton of different fucking people of faiths when they had their peak empire, for example, like, in the Levant and throughout parts of Egypt, North Africa, yada, 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 right? It wasn't just like...
The other thing, yeah. And the other thing you brought up about lying, right? So, but he talked about how like Zoroastrianism was like the first quote unquote true religion, and it introduced the concept of truth essentially. So this is something a lot of evangelicals do. They will say that before Judaism there was no such thing as truth, and now that's why it's special. It's like again.
But here's the fucking thing, right? Like, Judaism, if we're talking about the Achaemenid Empire, Judaism was already a thing at this point.
Yes.
Yeah. So, like, to say that they didn't practice truth or whatever, or they weren't honest with one another, it's not exactly how that fucking works. No. That seems rather silly.
And people who say that, too, they say, oh, this was, before that, there was no such thing as truth. And it's like, okay, define truth then. And, of course, you get the Jordan Peterson, loopy, self-looping explanation.
Yeah, it becomes a whole, it becomes a semantic argument, it becomes a fucking McGee rigmarole, and it's just like, ugh. Why? I don't want to deal with this, bro. Fuck that.
That allows you to make better decisions. Okay? Elite competition, meritocracy. And the idea here is that if you have very effective administration, that allows for local leaders.
Meritocracy. Okay, that's rich.
As opposed to communication.
Yeah, again, meritocracy.
There is no meritocracy.
That's not a thing that existed back then. We're not in a capitalist system, but whatever.
Networks, okay? So things like roads, things like postal networks. Okay, so the Persians create the first global postage system. And it was really effective where you want to send
Mongols were very effective at this as well.
What would happen is you would have these royal roads where people would ride on horses and they could stop at basically a hostile rest and they keep on going, okay? And that way you can
same as with the Mongols.
Information from one coordinate empire to the other. And the last is to divide and rule. Divide and rule is really important. So what they did was they basically had different power centers within a region. So you had the satraps, which were local governors, but then you also had the local, you also had the bureaucrats. Okay, you also had the royal representatives. So these are different factions within a region. Okay, so divide and rule is probably the most effective way.
Mostly it'd be like localized tax collectors, generally speaking. Like sometimes it was like government bureaucrats, but generally speaking, they were tax collectors.
Control and empire. Okay, so now let's move on to Israel. Okay, we now know about the Persian Empire, how they managed their system, and why they're so effective.
Yeah, this is where all the revisionism
so remember that we
comes
read
in,
the
by the
Bible,
way.
and the Bible came about because David needed to justify, legitimize his rule. And after God's collapse, David created a Davidic kingdom in the Levant because Egypt, Anatolia, Mesopotamia were all preoccupied, right? But because a lot is so important,
so let's pause for a second.
It doesn't even last that long. It lasts like.
Yeah.
David is not known to have actually existed. There is like almost no archaeological proof. If there's any, it's scant and it's heavily disputed by all kinds of scholars, Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, you name it. They have all like it's scant. They have been doing archaeology in Palestine for years. They haven't found.
Still haven't found him. Like we have no idea. Like he could have existed, because again we're basing this off of the Bible, which has had. How many fucking revisions throughout all of history? How many fucking changes?
Thousands.
Yes, thousands. This story could have changed in 70 trillion fucking ways at this point. We have no idea. Like, we just have to kind of be like, I mean, we have to try to find the body to see if King David really existed. Even if they did, how would they be able to confirm that it's King David? That's another question in of itself, even if they were to find it. Like, more than likely, the dude was just like some probable mythological figure to, again, like I've said before, when a lot of these people told these stories, because this is how early history worked, a lot of people told stories to their next of kin. And their next of kin would say that to them, their next of kin, so on and so forth. Not everyone's going to 100% like remember the details of that story 100%, so there's going to be changes based off of what they remember. Yeah, it's a game of telephone. That's the fucking problem. And there will be, and it won't necessarily be 1,000% consistent from generation to generation to generation. Like, maybe there was David. Maybe. Maybe it was like not a David.
But the story might have been...
Maybe it was a Jacob. Maybe it was another guy. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, who knows? And the other thing as well, so these years and like this timeline, a lot of this comes from like interpreting verses in the Torah and the Bible, obviously the Old Testament. So they, sometimes in the Old Testament it'll say, well, 70 years later this happens. So they like get it from the verse of like how many years, and they estimate it. And obviously monks and scholars have been debating this for centuries. So anyways, my point is that, and this is again, as a Christian, how I take all these narratives. I make sure I remember it's a narrative, and it's a guiding narrative. It's been a guiding narrative for society for a long time.
Yes, you do not
Religion always is.
Yeah, you do not take this as like literal gospel. You don't, right? It's it's meant to be a guide. It's a tool.
Yeah, it's a narrative upon like you have an example, say, of Jesus Christ. Now, do we know who Jesus Christ was, like the actual person? Do we have? No, we don't. We
don't have any evidence.
But the example, the living example of Christ, or the example of Christ that is in your Bible, is like, okay, this is an example of how to be a better human being, how to treat your neighbors, how to treat yourself, and all that kind of stuff. It's more of a guide for your life and a metaphor for your life, and I think that's much more important to me as a Christian than all this historical accuracy. I tend to. Because the problem is you get bogged down in misinterpretation and, of course, revisionism, which is bad. You
don't want revisionism. Yeah, it becomes like a whole semantic fucking thing. It's like, what did this person mean with this particular word in this phrase? It's like, I don't fucking know, man. It could mean this, it could mean that, it could mean my fucking left toenail. I don't know. It could be anything.
80, 20 years, okay? After Solomon, David's son, dies, Israel is divided into two parts. The northern kingdom, which gets conquered by Assyria, as well as Judah, okay, Jerusalem, which tries to maintain the kingdom, but doesn't last very long. After Solomon's history, the Israelites are being pulled in different directions, okay? The Anatolians, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Egyptians, because they're strategically very important. And so what's really hard for these empires is how do we maintain control over Jerusalem? Okay? And they try different techniques. They try burning down their city centers, okay? So the Northern Kingdom was destroyed. You might have heard of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. They tried taking hostages, okay? But because this region is so volatile, nothing really works. And so the Jerusalem, the Israelites are rebelling. Okay? So this is the king of Judah. And what happens is, for the longest time, the Babylonians are trying to deal with the Israelites. Okay, so they take hostages. Okay? They take hostages, like thousands of them, and move them to Babylon, where they become scribes, where they become farmers, where they become merchants. Okay, but again, the region is so strategically important that Jerusalem, the Israelites, they switch loyalties all the time. Eventually, the Babylonians are so pissed off that they decide to burn down their temple. Okay, and so at this point in history, the Israelites are now gone. It doesn't make sense. The Israelites are gone now.
So I'm assuming what. Yeah, like
not gone. They're dispersed. Yeah, they were dispersed.
Yeah, this is the first.
I guess that's what he means by gone.
Yeah, this is like the first exile, if I were to recall correctly. Yeah, this is the first exile of the Jews from Israel, or from Palestine or Israel or whatever. And the burning down of the temples. It's not exactly how that works. Where it's like the destruction of the main power center. That's not exactly how that works, right? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it's like narrative versus what actually happened. Like again, we'd have to go back into archaeology to see what actually happened. But I guess this is one of the problems. Is like this is where I think he's getting a lot of like I said, the evangelical interpretation, which comes again from Herzl, right, from Zionism. So so a lot of this stuff is like revision to make it seem like this one group of people are the most oppressed on the planet and are the most special and chosen, and like it's. Yeah, it's a problem because
he keeps hyper specifically fixating on Jerusalem being this one highly important sort of kingdom. So that's not exactly how that fucking works, because there was a bunch of other kingdoms in the area who also have their own fucking interests and local fucking monarchs, even within his own map.
Yep.
We don't know when, but Babylon destroyed Jerusalem because they cannot. They tried many techniques to try to control Jerusalem. They can't do it. These guys are too rebellious. But it's too strategically important, so they destroy. So they decide, screw this. We'll just destroy the city. Okay. So when this happens, it's really important to understand the Israelites are gone. Okay? The people are still around. The identity of the Israelites are now gone.
Not exactly how that works.
539. Cyrus the Great conquers Babylon. Okay, and he says, "I want the Israelites to return to Jerusalem." It's called the Edict of Cyrus. All right, and this is celebrated in the Bible. What is controversial is why would he do such a thing? Okay? Because again, the Israelites are not gone. The Israelites who went to Babylonia, they may still keep their religion a bit, but they no longer have their land. They have changed as a people. Okay, so as an Israelite, you pray in a temple, but the temple's not destroyed, so now you pray in a synagogue. Okay, so the people have changed a great deal. So the question now is, why would Cyrus the Great go to Babylon and say, you know what, I want you Israelites to return to Jerusalem. I want you to reconstitute the nation of Israel. Why would he do that? Okay, so this is going to be a debate that will never ever end, okay? So the Bible tells us that Cyrus the Great did this because God told him to do it. Very simple. God says, I love my people, the Israelites, send them home. Okay, and Cyrus the Great says, yes, of course, you're the great God, I'll do so, okay? Guys, that's how it happened, okay? All right, so there are different explanations.
Obviously.
Maybe the idea is that Cyrus wants to show all the Persian Empire, I'm religiously tolerant. You can practice your religion, you can celebrate your religion. That's what the Persian Empire is, an open, tolerant, generous empire, okay? That's true. What's also true is that Cyrus found himself as a righteous and merciful king who wanted to be generous to everyone, okay? So he saw the Israelites want a home, he says, well, go home, okay? It's also possible that there's a faction within the Israelites who supported his Babylon takeover, okay? I don't know if this is true or not true, but we can consider that as a possibility.
Yeah, we don't really have, the hypothetical. This is possible that there were interests within Babylon who wanted Cyrus, because again, like I've said before, envoys, information gets exchanged with a lot of these local sort of rulers of clans of different parts of the city, blah 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 blah. They talk with one another. They may be more supportive. They may not be as supportive. It really, really fucking depends on a lot of context, and this is a lot of stuff that's, generally speaking, lost throughout fucking history. We ain't got no idea.
Now, just real quick, we're talking about Cyrus, right? About Cyrus, or Cyrus the Great, or whatever he's called. The Emperor Cyrus. So I'm sharing something right now.
Yep,
this is actually. Now, many people in history have heard of this, the Cyrus cylinder. So you've probably seen this artifact, right, from that time period. And this is an edict from Cyrus. This is exactly the same thing he's talking about. So this was written in cuneiform, obviously. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of this is the actual translation. Again, the British Museum has possession of this because, of course, the British steal everything. But at least we have it, and we at least we have a historical translation. So now, if you look at where there is nothing in here that represents Jewish people, that references Jewish people. They're not even mentioned in here. It's not even mentioned on the.
Well, that certainly throws a wrench in the narrative, doesn't it?
But where the even where this concept of Cyrus the Great wanted to liberate the Jewish people and let them go back to Jerusalem and rebuild, it comes from a particular passage of the Cyrus Edict. So basically, where was it? I had it highlighted and I don't know. Is it return? Yeah. So it says here. In the English translation, from Shuana I sent back to their places the city, the land of this land. So basically, whose shrines had earlier become dilapidated, the gods who lived therein, and made permanent sanctuaries for them. I collected together all their people and returned them to their settlements. There it is. And the gods of the land of Sumer and Akkad. And so basically made all the gods that I returned to the sanctuaries, which I guess this is like a reference
the rebuilding
to also,
of all the temples. So then the home of the god would be able to go back there, so they can have people worship them. That is
the main passage in here that's often referenced, from the Cyrus Cylinder. That's the main passage that's often referenced by evangelicals and obviously twisted for
because. So
this
far,
interpretation.
Yeah, because guess what? There is zero mention of the Israelites. No mention.
Yeah, if I search for Judah, if I search for that, now obviously this is
God of Israel.
That's not. Well, that's not in the document. That's the curator's comments.
Oh, curator's comments. Yeah, so that's not within the document. Okay.
Yeah. And even the curator, this is the curator from the British Museum, who said there is no acknowledgement that Cyrus himself worshipped the Iranian god Ahura Mazda. He's a tool. Okay.
He's a tool.
So basically,
Marduk, just as in the biblical book of Ezra, Klein, he is presented as the savant god of Israel, who's instructed to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem and allow the Jews deported by
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar
II.
Yeah, he's one of the final great rulers of Babylonia. Was Nebuchadnezzar II.
And again, a lot of people. One of the other problems, like Professor Jiang says here, that this was the first declaration of human rights. Not really. This really wasn't. There's a lot of skepticism on that part because at the time, what human rights are being granted here other than return to where you were deported from. There's no other liberation going on here whatsoever. There's really a lot of the Cyrus Edict is more just asserting his power basically and saying, well, I'm not like the previous guy. I'm not as I am not as much
of a tyrant, because if I do recall, Nebuchadnezzar was kind of a fucking asshole.
Exactly.
And he was not great.
So he's like, I'm better. And of course, yes, everybody who, worships your various gods and all, you can return to where you were deported from. That's essentially what this is. So, again, the revisionism from, and again, this is evangelical revisionism. They overblow the sort of religious tolerance and the, and stuff from the Edict of Cyrus. It wasn't actually that.
Yeah, and because we know that. Yeah, and we know that one of his main references was the Book of Ezra, right, within the sources that he listed, and he's just taking it as, again, gospel, which you should never do, ever.
Yeah, because again, in the Book of Ezra, so I want to share in the screen, but in Ezra chapter 1, it says in the second verse is, "Thus says King Cyrus of Persia, the Lord God of heaven has given me all kingdoms of the earth. He has charged me to build him a house in Jerusalem, which is in Judah." Again, there's nothing in the edict that says that. There's no recorded mention of this. This is again just
it's just a story.
It is, I guess, a revision of what happened. I guess which again, that happened all the time back then. So there's no historical basis for that verse.
Yeah, exactly.
That we know of.
Yep. That the Israelites in Babylon supported his takeover, and so to thank them, Cyrus said, "Fine, I'll give you back Jerusalem." Another possibility is that when Cyrus the Great conquered Babylon, he discovered that, you know what, these Israelites are really good administrators. And this is true throughout history because remember, the Israelites have the Bible. And the religion requires them to study the Bible. And as we discussed, the Bible is one of debate, openness, asking questions. And so these are very literate intellectuals. And they rise up very high in the Babylon administration. But this is true throughout history where Jewish people will rise very high in all empires, including the Islamic Empire, including the American Empire, okay? I think the best reason for happening is divide and rule, okay? So the idea is that you need to control the Levant. Because Levant gives you access to Egypt, which is historically the wealthiest part of the world, okay? Whoever controls Egypt controls the world. So what you do...
Wait, okay, he's not wrong here, but he's also, he's contradicting himself a little bit. He's also said that Mesopotamia was also the richest part of the world, but also same with Anatolia. Now again, this is where it comes down to like certain differing parts of points within fucking history. Generally speaking, the consensus is he who controls the Nile controls the fucking world. Reason for that, the Nile, naturally very fertile. You can grow a lot of crops. Mm-hmm. A lot of trade can be facilitated through the Nile. Lots of trade can be facilitated through it. And it's very, very easy to sort of just like build centers of economics and culture and knowledge and whatnot because of just how much of a natural breadbasket, specifically Egypt and the Nile, broadly speaking, are. You know, primitive accumulation here, folks. Plain and fucking simple. That's how a lot of like early societies, generally speaking, started to sprout up in a lot of these areas that naturally were able to grow lots and lots of fucking food. Someone, generally speaking, would gather more of that food and say like, well, look at me, I have way more food. Why don't we start getting together and growing even more food together? That's the general sort of like starting basis of the construction of cities.
Yep.
Do is you set up a group of people in the Levant that are only loyal to you. Okay, does that make sense? Okay? You set up people in the Levant that only exist because you, the empire, allow them to exist. If you, the empire, did not support them, the locals, everyone in that region would get rid of them right away, okay? And that's why we have the Jews. So the Jews were invented by the Persians to control the Levant. The Jews is actually a Persian term, okay? So before the Jews were, of course, Israelites. Now we have the Jews.
Right, no,
I don't think it's exactly
I disagree with that.
Yeah,
no.
I don't think that's exactly how that works. So
no.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think what he's conflating. So in the biblical narrative, like, or I guess in the Torah, right? If you look back in the book of Genesis, right, you have the story of Abraham, right? So Abraham actually came from Uruk, right? He was from Uruk originally, right? And he had, I guess the narrative is that God guided him to the promised land of Canaan, right, or Palestine, whatever.
Yeah, it would be Canaan at this point.
Yeah, Canaan. And so obviously there were already people there. The Bible, in fact, mentions there were already people in Canaan. It was not an empty land or undiscovered land. The Canaanites were there. And obviously Abraham had come from what is now Persia. So what I'm saying is that I think Jiang is conflating that narrative with, the Persia, the word Jew is Jewish is actually from Persia. It's like, no, he's conflating that. And on what basis? Like, I haven't heard this interpretation from even evangelicals. I've never heard this interpretation.
Which is interesting because he, broadly speaking, in one of the other videos that we saw before when we looked at some fucking Jiangtent, he also was just like, hey, this is the book of Abraham, here's how it works. And he had the, like, more accurate fucking interpretations of the book of Abraham and how it exactly worked. None of this like nonsense about like Persians being what exactly a Jewish being like a Persian term made up by the Achaemenids or something. Like he never said that at all whatsoever. I think this is a completely new construction. It's a completely new thing.
Yeah. Anyway,
this is Jerusalem. And as you can see, what's really important to understand is that this is actually a really small part of the Levant. But this part is specifically for the Jews. And it's part of this Persian province called beyond the river. And they call it the province of Yahu. That's why we have the term Jews, okay? Because they are part of the province of Yahu. And what's really important to understand is they're surrounded by enemies. The Sumerians are Israelites who have stayed in the Levant. Can you understand? So most people around them are, in fact, Israelites who adapted to local circumstances. That means that they practice different religions. That also means that they married foreign women as well. But they still consider themselves as Israelites, okay? Does that make sense, guys? So what happens is that these exiles from Babylon, they come back, and they say, no, we're the true Israelites. You guys are the false Israelites. The reason why we're true is we've stayed loyal to our religion. Okay? So what's going to happen over the next few decades is almost a civil war between Israelites who stayed and Israelites who left but come back. Right? And this is what the Persian Empire wants in order to maintain stability in the Levant. Right? Because you have a small minority of exiles from Babylon who've come back, and they're in conflict with everyone else. Right? This is the divine rule. Okay, so
okay, so
there's a couple problems here.
Yeah.
First of all, if you go back to that map, so yes, it is true that the Canaanite or Israelite peoples lived in the ancient world was like this. They lived in various kingdoms or whatever. The thing now, he's bringing up a narrative where he's saying, well, everybody wanted to go to war with the real Jewish people, right? So and so they were like these surrounding enemies. Again, this is a very similar narrative to what you hear from BB and from all these fundies now, right? And what Kahanists will say. So this is almost like a Kahanist narrative in a way. The reality most likely was that the existing, Canaanite peoples, I wouldn't say they were like warring with each other. I wouldn't exactly say that. Now, certainly, did their leaders war with each other? Probably. They probably, just like it's just old sort of.
Yeah, that happens all the fucking time. Like some random.
There was nothing special about this.
Yeah, like or some random gobbledygook can just all of a sudden happen. It's like, oh, now we're gonna fight each other. This happened all the time during the Hellenistic period with the Greeks. Like city-states would, I don't know, sometimes get like 10 dudes and just have a scrap. They would just do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes, yeah. Like
what I'm getting at is that he's saying, oh, this specific special group of people who were exiled and now returning, they were the chosen ones, and everybody was their enemy. It's like, this kind of revisionist narrative is not.
If anything,
first of all, it's not accurate.
Yeah, if anything, because this is a thing that also happened throughout Roman history. Whenever there was a lot of migration waves, typically by a lot of barbarian tribes, very often they would have like impetuous hostile warriors who would just like go around and fucking loot and stuff like that. This happened very often, but there was these migration waves of these barbarians because they were pushed out of their homes because of othering sort of reasons. That's more than likely what happened. They were just like, who the fuck are all these jabronis coming into our fucking kingdom? Like, fuck out of here. Like, what the fuck is this?
Yep. All right, well, let's move ahead. It looks like he gets into scripture later.
In fact, Israelites who adapted to local circumstances. And that means that they practice different religions. That also means that they married foreign women as well. But they still consider themselves as Israelites, okay? Right? Does that make sense, guys? So, what happens is that these exiles from Babylon, they come back, and they say, no, we're the true Israelites. You guys are the false Israelites. The reason why we're true is we've stayed loyal to our religion. Okay? So what's going to happen over the next few decades is almost a civil war between Israelites who stayed and Israelites who left but come back. Right? And this is what the Persian Empire wants in order to maintain stability in the Levant. Right? Because you have a small minority of exiles from Babylon who've come back, and they're in conflict with everyone else. Right? This is the divine rule. Okay, so could you, sorry, let me. Okay. So could you help me read the Bible, okay?
Okay.
All right, so we're going to read two books of the Bible. They're called Ezra and Nehemiah, okay? And these two books are really important, and they're not really discussed that often by scholars. But Ezra and Nehemiah shows us how...
I wonder why they might not be talked about that much by scholars. Are these really, like, core tenets of, like, theological debate in fucking scripture, Boy Meets Minnie? Do you know? The book of Nehemiah and Ezra?
I mean, they can be. I mean, there's obviously a lot of debate as far as like archaeological, right? Truth of how close the biblical narrative is to the archaeology and what they've discovered as far as like historically. Yeah, that is a point of debate. I wouldn't say so much that it's a point of debate about who the actual Jewish people are. I feel like that's more of a Zionist thing. Anyways, what biblical scholars are mainly looking for is they're looking for linked narratives. So, and I hate to quote Jordan Peterson, but a lot of even the, lefty biblical scholars will tell you the Bible is kind of sort of a hyperlinked text, right? Because there's a lot of references to old prophecies, or there's a lot of tiebacks to Moses and Abraham. Like there's a lot of hyperlinking going on between the various books and, prophetic letters and stuff in the Torah and the Bible.
Right.
So And in fact, the story of Jesus is actually a fulfillment of earlier prophecy. So with this specifically, though, I would say the main debate would be, who are the real sort of Israelites and Jewish people, because you could say that a lot of the other sort of when he showed that map of like, the blue zone where the exiles had returned to Jerusalem, and then you had all the other like Israelite peoples around. Like you could say that okay, those other peoples maybe were more secular, or they weren't as like hyper religious as the returning exiles were, and that was the main point of conflict. Like that's sort of where I sit with that. I think where the debate really emerges, where I've seen the debate really rage on about it, is sort of like a what a lot of pastors will do, they'll take this time period of like the exiles returning, and they'll say, "Oh, you Christians today, you live in a secular, materialistic, sinful world of non-believing trash, right? And you guys are the light of the world. You're like the exiles. You're coming back." And so pastors will use this as sort of a narrative to basically foment their congregations to, into fundamentalist thinking, and to think, oh, we're the chosen ones, we're better than everybody. And I've warned against this, and I keep making this warning. Nobody's listening. I hope more and more Christians listen to this, because what essentially is happening particularly in America with churches, is they're creating a caste system. That's essentially what they're doing by, saying we're the chosen people, and you're creating a caste system.
Yeah, we're the ones who are on top because our blood is this particular thing. We were born in this like particular sort of position or whatever. Yeah, and yeah, like you're saying, armor and quills. Practically all the stuff written during and right after the Babylonian captivity, including the Mia, you can just safely assume it probably didn't happen. Yeah, because
it didn't happen. It didn't happen the way was documented, right? It was probably not as epic as the narrative.
Yeah, not as like probably like, because history is written by the victors. Narrativization is a thing that happens all the fucking time throughout history. So it comes down to a lot of historians, generally speaking, saying like, hey, here's this like thing that's sort of like happening that's like kind of like this, but like not really. Like it probably, like, generally speaking, with like a lot of numbers in armies, generally speaking, it's very, very often like over exaggerated to make it seem more epic than it probably actually was.
Persia helped the Jews to reconstitute their nation.
Yeah, we read this verse earlier.
And by studying these two books, it will give us insight into how current people in the nation of Israel think, and then we can analyze how they will behave moving forward. Okay. All right. So can you read this? This is the beginning of the book of Ezra. Okay.
In the first year of King Cyrus of Persia, in order that the word of the Lord by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished, the Lord stirred up the spirit of King Cyrus of Persia, so that he sent a herald throughout all his kingdom.
So Cyrus the Great is considered the Messiah by the Jews.
Yeah, it's perfect.
The Jews are extremely thankful for Cyrus, because not only does he allow them to go back to Jerusalem, but he also finances the rebuilding of the temple. Okay? But when this happens, when they go back and try to rebuild the temple, the locals get pissed off. Okay? Because, like, who are you people? You're stealing our religion. Like what's going on here? Okay? And this creates a lot of conflict. That's good for the Persian Empire because
that's what I said.
They want this conflict, right? As part of their divine rule strategy. Okay. All right.
Captions.
When the builders laid the foundation of the temple of the Lord, the priests in their vestments were stationed to praise the Lord with trumpets, and the Levites, the son of
the Levites are important. Levites are actually the priest class of the Israelites. Okay.
The sons of Asaph, with symbols according to the direction of King David of Israel, and they sang responsively, praising and giving thanks to the Lord. For he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever towards Israel. And all the people responded with a great shout when they praised the Lord, because the foundation of the house of the Lord was laid. But many of the priests and Levites and heads of families, old people who had seen the first house on its foundations, wept with a loud voice when they saw this house, though many shouted aloud for joy, so that the people could not distinguish the sound of the joyful shout from the sound of the people's weeping, for the people shouted so loudly that the sound was heard far away.
This is the happiest moment in Jewish history, when they rebuild the temple, okay, what they call the Second Temple. And this is important because the Second Temple was destroyed. And what they want to do now in Israel is build the Third Temple. And this is important because the Third Temple sits on the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is the third holiest site in the Islamic world. So what this Bible is telling us that eventually the Israelis will destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque, so that they can build the Third Temple, or what they call the Temple of Solomon. Okay? All right, can you continue?
From one?
Yeah, when the adversaries.
When the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the returned exiles were building a temple to the Lord, the God of Israel, they approached Zerubbabel and the heads of families and said to them, "Let us build with you, for we worship your gods as you do."
Okay, so they're saying, we're Israelites just as you guys, okay? We stayed, but you guys left. So actually, we're better than you are, okay? Because we stayed, whereas you left. Okay, keep on going.
And we have been sacrificing to him ever since the days of King Esarhaddon of Assyria, who brought us here. But Zerubbabel, Joshua, and the rest of the heads of families in Israel said to them, "You shall have no part with us in building a house to our God, but we alone will build to the Lord, the God of Israel, as King Cyrus of Persia had commanded us."
This is really weird, right? You're all Israelites. Why is it that no, we are the true Israelites, you guys are the false Israelites, and so you can't help us? Okay? Why is there this conflict going on? Right? That's strange. And so
just a second.
Yeah. So basically, the reason why they probably were saying that is because didn't he say that earlier? It's just like, why are you guys in here cramping our fucking style? Like, we were here before you guys. Why are you building a bunch of temples
the reason
here?
why.
And then all of a sudden they started joining along. Like, how? How do they fucking reconcile that sort of contradiction? Like, is he now going to try to get into that? Like, what exactly is going on here? Yeah, notably, that's also the time frame you get some of the most ahistorical accounts of the Battle of Jericho, for instance. That's also a good point there, Armor and Quells.
Yeah, which there's been no archaeological evidence for.
Yeah, zero.
The approach strategy. Okay, dividing rule. Keep on going.
Then the people of the land discouraged the people of Judah and made them afraid to build, and they bribed officials to frustrate the plan throughout the reign of King Cyrus of Persia and until the reign of King Darius of Persia.
Okay, so they try to build the temple, but it doesn't really work out because there's so much opposition, right? The Jews who come back from Babylon, it's like, we're the real Israelites, so only we can touch the temple. No one else can participate. And the others are like, this is wrong. We should all participate in the building of the temple. This is one religion, okay? So it seems as though these Jews from Babylon, they're actually imperial agents who are trying to sow discontent within the region.
What?
So
this is a bit of a leap in logic, I think.
So when he says it's all one religion, no, you have to remember that most religions, right, and even like Christianity, Christianity is very fractured, as you know. How many denominations, and you have Orthodox, Catholic, Protestant, etc. Hundreds, maybe over 1,000 at this point. And then you have fringe movements and all kinds of stuff. You have to recognize that early Judaism was also the same way. It wasn't all unified. At this point, a lot of the foundational sort of beliefs and stuff were still being negotiated, and a lot of it again was based upon hereditary lineages and tribes, and you had this priest caste that developed, the Levites, to try to unite everybody under a single theology, and that was still in development. So essentially, what you're seeing here is this is like the process of development, right, of like early Judaism. That's essentially what you're seeing here. And so when Jiang says, they were all one people, they were all one religion, that's not how the people of the time saw it at that time. There was a lot of, again, most religions at that time were very fractured and localized. They weren't as
especially with like a lot of the pagan religions that also existed during those times. It depends, right? It's local customs, culture, even politics as well. Jiang is kind of narrativizing here a little bit to try to make it seem like it's an easier.
He's heavily narrativizing.
Yeah. Okay, obviously, but he's narrativizing here specifically to try to make it seem like it's a more easier subject to broach. That's why he's doing it.
Sorry, this is a bit long, okay, but can you try to read?
Okay. This is a copy of the letter that King and... Can you help me?
Artaxerxes, okay? Artaxerxes is this great warrior in Persia, okay? Great warrior. Keep on going.
Gave to the priest Ezra, the scribe, a scholar of the text of the commandments of the Lord and his status for Israel.
Okay, so Ezra is one of these Israelites who comes from a family that was exiled to Babylon. Okay, but he's a priest and he's an intellectual. So he is considered actually the creator of the Bible that we have today. Okay, keep on going.
Artaxerxes, king of kings. To the priest Ezra, the scribe of the law of the God of heaven. Peace.
No, that's not true. Ezra wasn't the creator. Okay, so first of all, the Bible was created post hoc, post the life of Jesus or whatever that time period. It was created initially by the Council of Nicaea, later, codifications of like the various councils like Trent. But the Torah, if you want to talk about the Torah, I wouldn't know. If you talk to a lot of Jewish scholars, they will tell you that the Torah wasn't really like people will say, Ezra created the Torah. No, that's not the case. The Torah was built up over time by various priests, and of course, once a caste system emerged and you had the Levites, they were the ones sort of driving the sort of the canon of the Torah. So they were the Levites basically were the ones who built it over time. To say Ezra assembled it all in his own lifetime is insane. That is insane.
Yeah, I don't think that
attribute
happened.
that to one person. Like any rabbinical scholar will get on your case if you say that.
Yeah, it's something that's syncretized over, I think, probably generations of rabbis. Like, it's not...
Yeah, centuries.
Yeah, like, it took forever. Like, Jiang is just trying to be like... Because, again, he talked about greats earlier, right? He's playing directly into fucking great man theory here. That's what he's doing.
Unfortunately. And yes, you're right. Yahweh and El were so because again, when you look in the Old Testament and you see the many names of God, it's also in the Quran as well. In Arabic, they have the same names for God. There's like 35 different names. And a lot of those again are syncretization. You can see the syncretizing, right? Because Yahweh and El and Adonai were all Canaanite gods that then got syncretized into this sort of omniscient, immaterial god that didn't have an idol. Right? So
same with all the pagan gods, right? Eventually they all just got thrown in as like, actually it's just one guy. So then we don't have to make like temples to all these different guys. We just have one guy.
Yep.
Just one guy instead. It seems easier that way.
Of Israel, of their priests or Levites in my kingdom, who freely offers to go to Jerusalem.
Yes, and Asherah, Baal.
You are sent by the king and his 7 counselors to make inquiries about Judah and Jerusalem according to the law of your God, which is in your hand. And also,
I believe Baal is also the main god of the fucking Phoenicians as well, of the Carthaginians, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
To convey the silver and gold that the king and his counselors have freely offered to the God of Israel, whose dwelling is in Jerusalem, with all the silver and gold that you shall find in the whole province of Babylonia, and with the free will offerings of the people and the priests given willingly to the house of their God in Jerusalem. With this money, then, you shall, with all diligence, buy bulls, rams, and lambs, and their grain offering and their drink offerings, and you shall offer them on the altar of the house of your God in Jerusalem.
Okay, stop. Okay, this is really important. Okay, this is a letter by King Artaxerxes authorizing Ezra to build the second temple. Okay, what is important? Because this is called the Balfour Declaration, 1917. What's going to happen is that the British government...
oh no, here we go. I told you he was going to tie this in.
We...
Hi, Balfour.
Okay. I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation.
Okay, this is almost...
Oh, and yep, there it is. Oh, and this is how we're trying to, because again, Herzl's interpretation of a lot of this, like, differing fucking books and whatnot, is rather dubious at best, right? Because again, Zionism doesn't really pertain to any of the lessons within the Torah or the Bible whatsoever. They don't give a shit about any of that stuff, right? It is about a political ideology. Balfour is doing this because, again, he himself was also an anti-Semite. He did not like Jewish people. Why? Because, broadly speaking, in a culture of anti-Semitism, which started to emerge back in the 1850s, by the fucking French, always blame the fucking French, started to emerge and was spreading throughout the entirety of Europe. Balfour was also heavily fucking anti-Semitic himself. So if he could work alongside with someone, say, like Theodor Herzl and the Zionist sort of representatives to send all the Jews to Palestine and say out of England and the rest of Europe, then that for him is an acceptable outcome because, again, bro is an anti-Semite, right? And Theodor Herzl used that for the express purpose of furthering his own political fucking ideology.
Yeah. And one of the things that actually came out of that too, this was in England, and we're talking about the Balfour Declaration, right? We're talking about the UK, about England and Britain. Have you ever heard of the Schofield Bible?
No.
So the Schofield, so there's a theologian in England. He was a very, very fundamentalist. If you've ever heard of the theology of dispensationalism, which basically is the foundation of like Fundy Christianity, of modern fundamentalist Christianity, it came from this guy. And that Bible was first published in the early 20th century. So you're talking 1915, 1916 in England. So the Schofield Bible basically... what dispensationalism is, it's the belief that between creation and revelation, the rapture or whatever. So this is where the idea of rapture comes from, by the way. It's mainly from Schofield. And there would be 7 distinct eras of God's dealing with man, all like the flood and all those, and obviously the resurrection of Christ being the 6th one, and that these eras are a framework for synthesizing the message of the Bible. So basically, this is where actually sort of the beginnings of like Christian Zionism came about, was because of this particular edition of the Bible published by John Schofield. Yeah, Schofield gets a lot of my ire, as you could probably imagine, as a Christian.
Right.
Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, he was a real problem.
Yeah, and Jiang, so like Armor and Quills, yeah, 1000%. He is very uncritical of the entirety of the history of the fucking Bible, right? I mean, those are the main sources that he's pulling all of this from.
Almost like the Artaxerxes situation, right? You see how in the Bible, Artaxerxes writes a letter to Esther and says, hey, I authorize you to go back to Jerusalem and build the second temple. Right?
How is he making that Artaxerxes letter the equivalent of the Balfour Declaration?
Yeah, this is buddy, we're off by like 2,500 years here, man. Like,
well, not only years,
what?
like totally different circumstances. Like for example, this is totally different circumstances. Like the in this case, right? Actually, the British were kind of doing the opposite. The British said, we're anti-Semitic. We don't want Jewish people here. We want them to return to a homeland, and the Zionists want that too. So because we only want Christians in England, so this is almost an exile from Britain, right? Whereas Cyrus's declaration, or like Artaxerxes, I guess, letter as well, declaration was to return people from exile. So Britain was doing an exile.
Right, exactly.
Of Jews in the UK. Yeah, that's what they were doing. So these two are not the same. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure.
The Bible as a script in order to facilitate their geopolitical ambitions. Okay, this is why reading the Bible is important. Because once you read the Bible, you understand the Bible, you compare it to historical development, you're able to see the connections. And if you're able to see connections, you can also predict how they will develop over time. Okay? So this Bible declaration creates
predictive
the
history
nation of Israel.
Yeah, this is stupid.
Which started in 1948. So, like before, the nation of Israel was created by the British as part of their geopolitical strategy of trying to conquering the Middle East.
This is just Christian Zionism.
Yeah, that's by the way that
John Hagee preaches.
Yeah, this is just not the fucking case. That was not why they created the fucking nation of Israel. No, like the UN created fucking Israel as a way to have some kind of reparations. That's kind of the idea, like reparation to the Jewish people for the fucking Holocaust. Right.
Well, that and
also a bunch of different wars. The Arab Wars.
Well, that and there was the uprising in 1936, right? The Palestine uprising of 36.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That created the enclave within Gaza and forced a lot of Palestinians also into the West Bank as well.
Yep.
But it's really important for you guys to be in mind as we move forward. All right, can you read the highlighted part, okay?
Oh my God, I'm too ashamed and embarrassed to lift my face to you, my God, for our iniquities have risen higher than our heads.
Okay, so this is a speech by Ezra, okay? He returns to Jerusalem, and now he has to reflect on what God wants, okay? So he's going to discuss why God exiled in Babylon, why God has allowed him to return, and what God wants him to do, okay? Keep on going.
And our guilt has mounted up to the heavens. From the days of our ancestors to this day we have been deep in guilt, and for our iniquities we, our kings and our priests, have been handed over to the kings of the lands, to the sword, to captivity, to plundering, and to utter shame, as it now the case.
Okay, so why did the Israelites get exiled to Babylon? Because they refused to obey and worship Yahweh. Yahweh sent prophets. Yahweh warned them, but they kept on worshiping false gods. They kept on...
no, that's like...
So
no. That's
I'm pretty
not
sure
the
that's
reason
completely
why...
wrong, right?
No, that's not the reason why. I mean, that would probably be like the reason you pass down to your kids, like, hey, these are the sins of the past. This is why we got exiled. Like, it's actually because we disobeyed God or whatever. It's like, no.
it's
That's just the reason. That's what you tell your kids, right? This isn't the actual history. The actual history is, conquest and empires fighting each. Like, it's what he was talking about earlier.
Yeah,
so
unironically.
It seems like Jiang, or whatever fake professor you are, you were sort of walking back on your previous theory that you were pushing, which was the theory of like elites. What was it? The elite.
Elite overproduction, basically.
Elite overproduction. Yes. You're kind of going against that. You're like, well, actually, it's because they disobeyed God. It's like, no, it's you could you call it elite overproduction. You can call it nobles and kings in society, jockeying for position and authority, and using war as one of their many, negotiating tools, I guess. Completely backtracking on what he said before.
For sure.
Unbelievable.
You know what? I really need to teach these guys a lesson, and that's why they exiled them to Babylon, so they can reflect and learn and grow as a people. Okay? Keep on going.
But now for a brief moment, favor has been shown by the Lord our God, who has left us a remnant and given us a stake in his holy place, in order that he may brighten our eyes and grant us a little sustenance in our slavery. For we are slaves, yet our God has not forsaken us in our slavery, but has extended to us his steadfast love before the kings of Persia, to give us new life to set up the house of our God, to repair its ruins, and to give us a wall in Judah.
And Jerusalem.
And in Jerusalem.
Okay, so they're just saying, okay, yeah, we screwed up, but God is forgiving, and now we have a second chance to prove ourselves to God. How do we prove ourselves to God? By making sure that we only worship Him, okay? So this beginning of Jewish monotheism, okay? Which is heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism. So in other words, the religion that the Jews will practice from now on is not the religion of the Israelites, which is polytheistic. They will now practice a new religion that's heavily influenced by Zoroastrianism, okay? Which is the Persian religion. Am I going?
And now, our God, what shall we say after this? For we have forsaken your commandments, which you are commanded by your servants, the prophets, saying, the land that you are entering to possess is a land unclean with the pollutions of the people of the lands, with their abominations. They have filled it from end to end.
It's abominations being
Wait,
idols,
so this is a really
right?
important idea to understand.
Yes.
What Ezra is saying is this.
Probably.
These Israelites who
Local
stay
gods, probably.
are traitors. They're now unclean. Why? Because now they worship foreign gods. They're polytheistic. And as a result, we have to clean the land, okay? This is a fanatical understanding of Judaism. Okay, keep on going.
Therefore, do not give your daughters to their sons, neither take their daughters
At least
from
he
your sons,
admits
and never
that it's
seek their peace
fanatical.
or
That's true.
propriety, so that you may be strong and eat the good of the
Okay.
land and leave it for an inheritance to your children forever.
Okay, keep on going.
After all that has come upon us for our evil deeds and for our great guilt, seeing that you, our God, have punished us less than our iniquities deserved, and have given us such a remnant at this, shall we break your commandment again and intermarry with the people who practice these abominations? Would you not be angry with us until you destroy us without remnant or survivor? O Lord, God of Israel, you are just, for we have escaped as a remnant, as is now the case. Here we are before you in our guilt, though no one can face you because of this.
Okay, so now God's forgiven us. We've returned to Jerusalem. We can't do this again, okay? And how do we prove our loyalty to God? By making sure that we are pure, okay? We're not going to marry other religions. We're not going to marry other people. We're just going to marry within ourselves. So
I'm gonna make a guess. That's how exactly Israel sort of justifies no interfaith marriages, no interracial marriages as well. Generally
In the modern
speaking.
context.
In the modern
in
context.
the modern context.
Mhm. That's how they justify it.
Yeah. Now, I was gonna say we are at because I'm just tracking ahead here. He kind of just like gets bogged down in scripture. I think there's like around the 51-minute mark is about where we can probably stop. I don't know where we're at. Where are we at right now? We're at like 48. Yeah, let's go to 51.
Just skip there.
No. Let's go until 51 because then after that he's just
He's just talking about
there's not
scripture.
a whole lot there.
Basically, so not a whole lot. Okay, we'll just go
There's
to
not
51
much
then.
there. I checked it.
Okay.
Yep.
in his histories, when he talks about the Jewish people, okay, he says the Jewish people are known for two things. The first thing they're known for is giving us a bath on Saturday. So they don't work on Saturday because that's their law. The second thing they're really known for is they don't marry outside their religion. Jewish women will refuse to marry foreign men, okay? And so now we have the concept of...
That's not true. Depends on like if they're on the like amount of like if they're practicing like Orthodox practicing religious Jews or say like cultural Jews. That's not true, right? There have been plenty of Jews that have married outside of the fucking religion. This is non-fucking sensical, right? It depends.
And they always have. Like, it's not. There was no like period.
I mean, no.
Exclusively did.
Well, because they've had to, right?
Necessity.
It's out of necessity.
Blood purity. That is new. So remember, it's really important for us to understand. But the Jews and the Israelites are not the same people. Okay. In fact, what Ezra is doing is rejecting the Israelite heritage and establishing a new heritage based on blood purity and a monotheistic devotion to Yahweh. And this is new, okay? That's why I keep on saying this. The Jews of Persia are not the same as the Israelites of David. All right. So as you can see, from
again,
this
that's all narrative. It's
a lot of narrativization,
okay.
right?
Yeah, yeah. That's okay.
The Jews are in this area. And it's a very small part of the Levant, but it's a part of the Levant that's completely loyal to Persia. Okay, because they see everyone else as unclean, as the enemy. And if you're an empire, having Jews around are really good for you, right? All right. And so.
So okay, like,
what does he mean by that?
Yeah, like that's really fucking weird. Like, is he essentially saying that Jews are supposed to be the spear point to divide up all the other local kingdoms to make the Levant more easy to conquer? That's like the only thing that I'm like seeing that as. Like, he's essentially saying that the exiled Jews from Babylon are being a weapon in order to make the Levant way easier to conquer, which I don't think that's exactly how that works. If anything, and I've mentioned this before, but a lot of instabilities have happened throughout Rome, for example, through a lot of Germanic tribe migration and Celtic tribe migration into Cisalpine Gaul. This has happened very, very often throughout the history of Rome, right? It's because of the fact that a bunch of people are all of a sudden moving into a sort of area or region, and broadly speaking are hostile because they were also forced out of their fucking homes before. That's generally speaking how it works. Whether it be because of like poor harvests, maybe climate sort of reasons, another like larger force or tribe coming in to force another tribe out, so then they are forced to move down or whatever. This is tribal migrations that have happened throughout the entirety of history.
Yeah, and so actually I want to end on this. I want to sort of end on this map because I think he made his main point here, which is not correct because what he's saying is that this particular group of people, was favored by the Achaemenid Empire, whatever, the Persian empires or whatever empire was there. I think it was still the Achaemenids.
It would be Achaemenids at this time, I believe.
Yeah, the Achaemenids. So, it's like, no. Again, what we saw in the Cyrus cylinder, the translation, it didn't specifically mention the Israelites or the Jewish people. It mentioned that all peoples of various worshiping different gods, you can go back home. Now, could there have been a separate edict specifically for that, where Ezra had led the exiled people home? Sure, but that wasn't on the cylinder, right? It wasn't on there, and we don't have any proof at this current time of anything found in present day Iran. Nothing has been found as far as like an official edict. So we're just relying on biblical narrative, which has been cobbled together over thousands of years
and is widely debated.
And again, like I said, a lot of it is sort of orally passed down narrative. Like it's like, okay, you tell your kids this is the reason why you do something. It's like a moral lesson rather than actual history.
Exactly.
So that's how I take it. That's how I always take, the Bible. It is sort of a metaphor and a moral lesson for your life.
Right.
The other thing I'd like to also say about Professor Jiang more generally, let's zoom out a little bit. I've noticed this in a lot of his videos that we've watched together, and also I've watched a couple of my own. He seems to apply a lot of Western and modern geopolitics to ancient times, which is
that's
historically
really
irresponsible. Stupid. If you're going to be teaching history, that's a
big no-no.
Yeah.
Because technology, culture, politics, so much variation can affect the broader sort of decisions of a lot of these positions, generally speaking.
Yeah. And like you said, you mentioned earlier about like, okay, back then laying siege was like impossible, really hard to do until cannons and gunpowder were a thing, right? So once that happened, then all bets were off, right? Then
walled cities no longer became a thing. It became forts instead.
Exactly. So, to apply and also he's trying to imply that these people were a nation state. There was no nation state there was none of that back then. It was all sort of feudal, leaders, lords, and
very primitive, accumulatory sort of thing. Like some guy had more resources than everyone else, and they just brought in more towns because they just had more resources in comparison.
Yeah, but then somebody else would fight him, and then over time, a different region or whatever would become more dominant or whatever. It just kept shifting over time.
Yeah, it would collapse, and then it would all split up again. This happens all the time.
Yeah. So, I don't again, this whole model of predictive history where, he's essentially, what I would call Jiang, I would call him, he's essentially talking like a British colonizer, sort of revising history to look like,
guess who did the same thing? Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah,
he did the exact same fucking thing, which is why he is one to one, pretty much the exact same as Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, and this is the main problem in universities. Like universities, right? They used to teach Western Civ as a course. Now they don't. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed. A lot of universities don't teach Western Civ on its own. They teach world history now.
Yes.
Because if you just teach Western Civ, you get this.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just completely ignorant of a lot of the contexts that a lot of these sort of states, kingdoms, individual rulers, local sort of like even bureaucrats or whatnot had as were like basically thinking in terms of like ideological predilections, culturally speaking, religiously, yada yada yada. It's what he's doing here is he's applying, like you said, modern contexts where it is completely just inapplicable. Like it's just like it doesn't make any sense.
Nope. So yeah, that's about all I had to say on this. There's really, I mean,
yeah, I think we can wrap it up here.
I think we have beaten the dead horse. Well, actually, no. There is a point. There is a slide toward the end. 1:05. If you could go there real quick. Yeah, this is where he gets into Pax Judaica.
Okay, I would like to see that, though.
As biblical prophecy. I wanted to say, 104, about just around there. Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
let's just do that and finish up.
Over the next 10, 20 years, okay? And these are my, So these are my 3 predictions. First of all, they're going to build Jerusalem. Okay, they're going to build the 3rd temple by destroying the
This is also specifically what Mehdi Hassan mentioned in his interview with Jiang. This bit right here. So this is important to go over.
Isaac Moss. They're going to do that sooner or later, okay? That's the first thing they're going to do. And you know why? Because when we read the Bible, you see how happy they were, okay? Because they felt completed. They felt as though God is with us, God has forgiven us, God loves us, okay? So building the 3rd temple is crucial to the identity of Israel today, okay? So they're going to do this, and it's going to cause a lot of problems because, again, the Isaac Mosque is the 3rd holiest site in the Islamic world.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Wait a minute. Here's the thing, though. I'm sure this is assuming a lot of things about Judaism, right? Because how many different sects of Judaism are there? How many different...
Oh, lots.
Yeah, some of them are more reformed, some of them are more pluralistic, others are very exclusionary, like Haredis are really, really exclusionary, ultra-Orthodox, right?
Kahanists.
Well, Kahanists, that's like a modern sort of political movement. But
yeah.
I guess that's like the settlers or the, well, I call them terrorists because that's what they are.
Well, they are
anyways,
terrorists, yeah.
They are. So anyways, because of that, like, to say that all Jewish people, their identity rests in rebuilding of the temple, a lot of them are going to disagree with you on that. And they'll also say that, well, maybe
Orthodox would have, I think, a lot of problems with that, right? I think.
Well, because their claim is that the modern state of Israel is a sort of it's like a false movement, basically. It's a false...
Oh, yeah, because they jumped too many steps ahead. It's like, bro, we haven't even rebuilt the temple. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, and it's basically they recognize also that it's for imperialistic ambitions of the West and all that stuff. So, anyways, like that's why Haredis and Haredi Jews say this, and they're correct in saying that. And so So again, this is based on a very, very specific interpretation, and a lot of rabbis are going to have
they would have a lot of problems with this.
Between Israel and the Islamic world, okay? Do they care? Not really. Okay, number 2, you can see how when the Jews returned, they were convinced that they were forced out of Jerusalem because they offended God, okay? So in other words, if Jews want to maintain control over Israel, they need to obey the laws of God, which means that they become a theocracy, okay? Now I'm not speaking to Israel.
Isn't that... Okay, no, that's not 100% accurate. I believe there's already... recently, they've been put in certain, like, religious courts, I think, right? This is an advent that has happened recently, right? Probably, I think, to appease more to the more fundy Christian type, not Christian types, but Jewish types within Israel. I think it's like
Lisa, yeah.
Yeah, it's like debt courts, basically. They've already, like, a lot of, like, differing theocratic sort of, like, mechanisms have already been put in within the legal system in Israel, like, right now.
Israel.
Oh yeah, I mean their democracy's falling away as we speak.
Oh, 1000%.
Open, liberal, cosmopolitan, forward-looking place. Okay, I think that
not really.
has
That's a facade.
Guess what? That's gone. Okay. As Israel develops over time, it's become more and more of a theocracy, where the Bible is the law. Okay. And the third thing is that we can expect that as the Pax Judaica expands, more and more Jews will return to Israel. Look, the reality is this. If you look at the Middle East, Israel is the greatest power in the Middle East. There's no force in the Middle East that can prevent Israel from expanding, creating the Pax Judaica.
Well, apparently that's not really the case, because the Iranians would like to say, no, actually. I mean,
Saudi, UAE.
Yeah, the Saudis, and most of that has been facilitated by the United States of America through the Abraham Accords, right? And I mean, here's the thing: like, this was made several months before the war in Iran, right? At this point, so we have to still mention that before, but even then, not really, because the Iranians would say, like, actually, we have something to say about that specifically, and that is a big no from us. Even the Saudis, because the citizens of Saudi Arabia do not really like Israel whatsoever. Even they'd be like, I don't know about this one, chief.
Even Turkey is much more powerful. Just
the Turks,
the most powerful.
Oh,
Turkey is definitely the most powerful.
In a straight up conflict, the Israel will get fucking destroyed by the Turks, assuming no nuclear exchange. That's the only thing that Israel has,
which is their ambition. Okay,
almost.
So this is just an introduction. But the thing I want you guys to remember is that, first of all, the Jewish identity, it is fluid, it's flexible, it's open. It was created by empire for the purpose of maintaining empire. Okay? And we're going to see this throughout history as well.
No.
Right?
That's not how that fucking works. No. No. He's conflating Zionism to, like, the shit from fucking Cyrus the Great. This is a conflation here.
Mm-hmm.
So, was this clear to you guys? Are there any questions about today? Okay, yeah?
So how
okay,
does
that's it, yeah. Okay.
So, we don't care about the questions.
Anyways, in conclusion, it's...
Yes, that's a good point there, Armored Quills.
Yeah, so I would say in conclusion, I got to go, but in conclusion, what I've found with this video, and I've seen this in a few of his videos, Jiang kind of positions himself as a leftist. He says, "Well, I'm against, all this stuff, and I'm for,
Yeah, I'm not a materialist, right?
Yeah, or he'll say, well, I'm against I'm against Western imperialism and all this stuff. He's arguing in favor of it here. He's totally arguing in favor of here. So Professor Jiang fans, whatever you think of his anti-imperialist stance or whatever, he's not. He is promoting these things.
Yeah,
and you can say, well, he's not promoting it. He's just saying what it is. It's like, no. The more he says it, the more he's promoting it.
Like,
right? And he's not contesting.
Like he has justified Pax Judaica, which is essentially, again, like I mentioned before, from Pax Romana. Pax Romana is the imperialistic slogan that the Roman Empire used themselves to essentially bring peace to the unwashed barbarian masses and fucking
quote unquote peace.
Yeah, quote unquote peace. Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, so that's sort of my conclusion here. I didn't really have anything else. I think it's pretty cut and dried. So,
yeah, the history there, obviously.
Glad to dunk on him again.
Yeah, a lot of inaccuracies and constant conflations between modern contexts into, historical, like, ancient times, which is, again, big faux pas. Well, not even a faux pas. It's just like, that's just not history, man. Like, you're just describing, like, modern contexts in, like, a differing, like, historical sense, which is, again, you don't fucking do that. That's silly. That's not history. You're narrativizing.
Exactly. So yeah, I would just like to say, it was good to be on again.
Yeah, for sure.
And dunk on this misinformation peddler again, who is not a professor and not. I think he should be stripped of any teaching credentials he has. I believe he's a high school teacher.
I believe so.
He should be stripped of that immediately. For misleading millions of people. And yeah, my main concerns around him also, it's not just I'm not just jealous and attacking him as a bigger creator. He hops on every podcast mic. He has multiple multi-million sub channels, and he's pushing misinfo.
So many
and
clips
it's not
channels.
helpful.
There's so many of them.
Oh my gosh. And he knows what he's doing with that. He clearly knows what he's doing on the algo front. And it's way too effective, and that's unfortunate. So just a little self promo here before I turn
Yeah,
it
go
for the
ahead.
night. So yeah, I'm Boy Meets Mini. Thanks for having me on again, Darumba. Really appreciate it.
For sure.
I also on Sunday nights, I'm in Pacific time, so U.S. time Sunday nights. I do a thing called Critical Faith Theory. See what I did there? Critical
Real.
Race Theory. Nice meme. So I
Real.
did that, and what we do, we talk about not only Christianity, it's an interfaith space, and all faiths, even atheists, are welcome. And we talk about certain issues. I'm working on a series right now called Fast Food Faith. I was going to call it Met Christianity, but Met Christianity, that would have gotten me sued by, McDonald's. So I called it Fast Food Faith. And this is an example of Fast Food Faith. This is where, like, you can just narrativize and push, certain narrative and not get people to understand it properly and just push it as history. And people just take it as, this is the basis of Christian faith. So in America, like, a lot of religious belief is very sloppy, and it's not an actual sort of introspection of, okay, how do I become a better person in my life? How do I form better community? Things like that. I think that's where I have a lot of concerns as a Christian, as a religious person, and I do think that a lot of faith in America is just drive-through fast food type stuff. It's not.
Yes, it's very surface level. It doesn't scratch down further.
No, whereas back home in India, like, there is some of that problem there too, but there is more community effort, missions, giving back, and there's a lot more sort of. There's a lot more emphasis on that, on helping those who are lesser than. So,
look at the fucking Pope, right? The
love him. Yeah, he's great so far.
Yeah, he always goes. Same thing with like Pope Francis, right? Like, always goes around, does missions, talks with people, because that's preaching the gospel. That's how it works, right?
Yep.
Renewing people's faith, perhaps even getting new people. Who knows, right? That's kind of how it's supposed to work. Evangelicals don't do that, right? It's all,
unfortunately,
it's all fire and brimstone, and since they are the only sort of like community centers that exist within those areas, and there's nothing else available, people will flock to them because because all other options have been taken away.
Yeah, and it's also bottom of the brainstem, fear-based. It's also, like I said, it's fast food, sort of selling miracles and stuff like that. That's not what I want to do as a Christian. I just, it's more of a introspection on your life and growing as a person. That's how I see it more as. So,
for sure.
Yeah, but anyways, I was glad to be on. But yeah, do check that out. I'll give you the link to that YouTube channel, by the way, if you want to paste it in the description. But,
yes, Critical Faith Theory. I believe that's the secondary channel you have.
Yeah. So I'm doing a 9-part series on that particular topic, like all aspects of like how this type of thing, manifests in society, politics, the suburbs, all kinds of stuff. So anyways, but yeah, great. Glad to be on. I'm going to turn in for the night. I'll tune in for the rest of the stream. So,
yeah. You have a good one.
Good time, man.
For sure.
All right. Thanks.
Now to do, I suppose, my own sort of conclusion as well. Professor Jiang is, like has been consistently said over and over and over again, he graduated with a BA in history. His idea of using game theory in order to predict fucking history is stupid. Again, we're talking about an advanced mathematical theory that's essentially trying to be utilized in a context where it doesn't make any fucking sense. Very often he will conflate certain parts of history in contexts where it's just not applicable whatsoever, because in his mind it's all fucking gamified, because again, that is rather easy to fucking explain to a larger audience of mostly gamer bro types. That's the fucking point, right? And that's directly speaking a lot of the audience that he appeals to, as well as a bunch of like conspiratorial sort of like further right-wing sort of weirdos and stuff like that. And that's the main fucking problem with someone like Professor Jiang, who will pretty much parrot a bunch of narratives that do not have any pertinence to historical narrative whatsoever, and will very often take a lot of modern creations and sort of syncretize it to, or attempt to syncretize it, or just apply it to contexts that are much further within the past, in which it makes basically zero sense to do as such. Through and through, complete grifter, similar to what Jordan Peterson would do consistently. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. And I feel like I am going to shit my pants. My fucking stomach is not happy. My stummy is not happy right now. So I will be right back, and then we'll continue with our, I don't know, misadventures, I suppose. Alrighty. What's up, gamers? Oh, I definitely got a higher grade as well. I definitely got a higher grade in history as well in comparison to Professor Jiang. History was one of the topics I really enjoyed, generally speaking, and I always did quite well in my history class. Like, high 80s, 90s, on all assignments, blah, 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 blah. And in my grades, I really enjoyed doing history. Consistently. Because it was a topic I was passionate about, and it always interested me. Wow. I'm really surprised to see this evolution here from someone like fucking J-Stock. Of him being, like, more explicitly fucking anti-Zionist. People ask what accountability means here. Israel can't just stop the ethnic cleansings or stop the bombing. He's correct here. Reparations to Lebanon and Gaza need to be committed to. Commit to fixing the harm you've done or remain in a pariah strait. No aid, no QME, no security guarantee. He's right. Just correct. By the way, this dude used to be an attack dog for fucking Destiny. This is very interesting. All right. I just want to grab a few more clips of some warehouse fires, I think. Whoa, excuse me. No, you're good, Boy Meets Mini. Just looking to grab a few more clips of some stuff. Okay, we have this, we have this, we have this. Probably gonna do the unironic, like, Trump blaspheming bullshit, because it's fucking funny. Yeah, you're a bit of a bastard, Jiang, for that one. I mean, let's be honest here, we were also having a lot of fucking technical difficulties, so... whatever. Ish what it is, what it is. Do I also want to mention the DoorDash psyop? I mean, that shit's fucking funny, I'm not gonna lie. Very funny. I'm just a little curious. Because that DoorDash shit he did at the White House is so fucking that's so funny. I might save that. Puta. Chamal Abdul Karim, who was accused of sparking a massive Ontario warehouse fire after his company didn't pay him enough to live. I mean, I will have to say, good luck trying to, I mean, they have the exact evidence. You are technically speaking completely, like, dead to rights, but... Right, I mean, they can claim that it wasn't actually him, blah, 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 but whatever. Good luck trying to find a jury to convict this man when 70% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. That's not false, though. Okay, I found the mall fire, which is what I was also looking for. Kyle Kolinsky says the entire Ezra Klein New York Times opinion piece on Hassan was not only a victory for Hassan, but by proxy the entire left flank. Yeah. Like, Podjons are siding with Hassan. They're getting fucking Ezra Klein, and these people will probably listen to Ezra Klein, who is, again, big Abunda guy. Because think about who all the third way types are. All the third way dudes are who exactly? Just a bunch of fucking Republicans. They are just a bunch of Republicans. Yeah, there's a lot of fake Londons, it turns out. Don't know why, there's a lot. This is like how Dublin, California is fake Dublin, which is that's in Swalwell's district. I mean, we have all our fake. We have our fake London, our fake Paris in Ontario. We had fake Berlin. And then it got changed to Kitchener. Wonder what would have happened to prompt that in particular, you know? I couldn't possibly think of any reasoning for what might have prompted that. There can't be anything. Texas has a fake Paris. Lots of places have fake things. Peter Parks' Saikuno would always talk about wanting a relationship just like his and Anita's, while reportedly being in a longer one. For years he said this shit. This guy has allegedly been with his partner for even longer than Anita and I have been together. Wow. That's incredible. Dude. He would even manipulate people around him who have, like, healthy fucking relationships and wanting a relationship like that in order to just do anything to throw people off of the center of the trail. That's incredible that he would do that. Wow. Yeah. Wow. God damn. Longer clip from another clipper. Okay, I want to listen to this real quick. Real fucking quick. Fuck you. Don't want to look at that. Listen, nothing leaked of importance. Oh, the thumbnail it's a banger. Nothing of importance leaked, so it's fine. I mean, that thumbnail is. I'm cooking with that one. I had to explain to Ford the XXX Tentacion meme. Everyone I showed that were just like, "Oh my god, you are cooking with that one." I'm like, "Yes, I am." I know I'm cooking. I know I'm on fucking fire with that shit, bro. Oh, man, dude. I'm starting to hear thunder. Oh, no. Here. Now, this is something I actually do want to listen to. You're in the way. Fuck off. Probably not gonna make like anything out of this. If anything, I'm gonna bookmark this just in case for myself. Yeah, I just want to listen to this.
Me and Saikuno aren't exactly the closest of friends, but we were friends. We were friends. I'm very sad. This is
Buddies, acquaintances.
I knew well, and I've known this guy for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like learning fucking completely brand new things about him. And I know, I've seen the discourse, I've seen people say that that's crazy, there's no fucking way that you would know that he was dating someone. But like sometimes like...
I'm gonna operate under the assumption that I have no idea who this Peter Park individual is, but complete fucking normie, right? I'm just operating under that assumption.
The reality is, it is fucking crazy. And like, if you don't believe it, like, I honestly don't blame you, because it is legitimately a little absurd. Because I will say right now, I have not talked to him yet. I don't think it's like one of those things where, like, based on a relationship, I don't think I need answers from him, and I don't know if he's even interested in having that discussion with me to begin with. As much as you don't want to believe it, that some people are able to put up a very convincing image of themselves, or like maybe just like a portion of themselves that is real.
That's a really good fucking point, by the way, and that's exactly how it fucking works, man. With all these fucking abusers, constantly. Fantastic point here.
And ultimately, it is sad and it is disappointing. And I don't want to say devastated. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. I think he's not a lawbreaker. He's not.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do anything like that. But he did exhibit a pattern of behavior that is...
Yeah. I mean, yeah, as far as we know, he did not break any laws, right? As far as we can also tell, like... Can we make like a hyper-technical, very specific argument that... Because we know that he's hooked up with multiple of these girls, right? Can you make a very, very technical argument to say that he could be a rapist? You can. It's shaky at best, right? Very, very difficult, right? And I'm basing this off of the fact that the relationships he was having with a lot of these girls, inherently speaking, are non-consensual. Because he's lying off the fucking rip, right? Lying about the fact that he has a girlfriend for 5 years who he has essentially kept seemingly like in a closet somewhere, incredibly upset and depressed all the time, right? Based off of the testimonies within the fucking Mal sort of documentation, right? And again, I'm referring to the clip because I think this is a point that's really, really well articulated by Saros TV. should probably find that fucking clip. It's a really, really good fucking clip. Let me get that real fucking quick. Then I see that this dude has a video called "My Granddad Has a Femboy Harem." That's good. There's people arguing that Sykkuno is a victim? Bro. Here, this is the one. I probably should have fucking liked this as well. This is like 9 out of fucking 10. In a different time, he's the kind of guy who'd have secret families in neighboring towns. Oh, 1000% armor and quills. Here. This point is so fucking good.
You're wrong about the Sykkuno situation. It was between 2 consenting adults. You can't be mad at 2 consenting adults. I don't understand why you're upset. Okay, so consent, right, is not a magic word you say before you do something with somebody, and then anything that follows becomes pure and untouchable. Consent is built on truth. And the moment you remove truth, you hollow out the entire thing until it becomes...
That's pretty much everything you need to know, right? Fundamentally speaking, consent is something that is built upon trust, right? Trust was already fucking completely shattered from the onset in terms of all of those fucking interactions. Just gone, no more fucking trust, yada, yada, yada.
Something else entirely. If someone, let's say, for example, not saying Sykkuno has this, but let's say someone has, let's say, a viral STI, something of that variety. Maybe it's AIDS, right? Something like that. And chooses to hide that while being with another person, the other person never agreed to get that disease. They never agreed to get that infection. They never agreed to that risk. They never agreed to have their body placed in a situation they were not informed about. I'll do a better example, easier. Let's say you were going to be paid $100 for mowing a lawn, and then you mowed the lawn and then didn't get paid the $100. You didn't consent to that. You had consented to agree to be paying $100. That is not a gray area. That's not messy communication. That is a direct violation of what you guys agreed on.
That's an agreement.
What it is. And with the viral disease example, that's a direct violation of autonomy. And autonomy is the entire...
He's a better, like, honestly, to build on this, a more, like, recent example that's way better in comparison to what, because I don't think it's a terrible example using an STI, COVID. I think COVID's a really, really more recent, great fucking example. Every motherfucking conservative was talking about how they want to immediately reopen the country and just let the plague run through, kill off a bunch of people, and just build herd immunity that way. But here's the thing. A bunch of people who are still healthy, who can potentially, well, live COVID, are not going to want to have to deal with fucking COVID. Period, end of story. No one's going to want that. No one will fucking consent to any of that stuff. But again, consent and trust is, fundamentally speaking, anathema to conservative fucking thinking. Completely anathema, because if they actually believed in those tenets, in those sort of positions, right, then it would have to sort of necessitate that conservatism would just not be able to exist, at the very least within its current form, right? That's very true, Boy Meets Mini. Tons of healthy people also died from COVID as well.
Higher foundation of consent. People keep trying to reduce this into 2 adults made a choice. That sentence only works when both adults actually know what they're choosing. Information is part of consent. It breathes inside of it, it lives inside it. Without it, you are manufacturing a false agreement that never existed. So he cheated. Thus, this is why cheaters cannot possibly consent to the whole thing. If someone knows that someone's cheating, then...
And it's incredible just how easy a lot of misinformation like this shit spreads. Especially in terms of the concepts of consent. Because of how terrible sexual education is within America. Thank you, Nancy Reagan, for having this fucking happen. I'm pretty sure just because of like Nancy Reagan alone, hasn't like teen pregnancies gone up drastically within the United States of America after the Reagan presidency?
They're agreeing to it. But if someone doesn't know they're cheating on a partner, then it's not a consensual
I would love
agreement.
to see the statistics on
You cannot agree to
that.
something that was hidden from you. You cannot make an informed decision with the most important detail has been deliberately removed. It doesn't count as consent. You have a complete misunderstanding of what consent is. When this behavior...
Yeah, because again, a lot of people think consent is just, you say no to a fucking interaction, right? Therefore, or yes to the interaction. Therefore, it's very black and white, and it's really, really simple. That's not how that fucking works, Bubby.
Involves multiple people, and someone is repeatedly lying and putting many others at risk, it stops being quiet and contained and turns into something bigger. That's why this can't be a private conversation between two people. It has to be known with everybody because he is a serial cheater and a serial liar. That's the problem. If someone has the reach to impact many people, then the truth needs to reach just as far, because silence in this situation is what protects the harm, not the people. That's the issue. I don't understand why people are having an issue with that. I don't grasp that. I feel as though people are willingly being ignorant about this, and it's near baffling. It's near baffling.
Listen, I will suck my own cock here. If I may indulge myself, because you are correct in your take, these people are wannabe predators, rapists, what have you. Because for them, while they desire an enforcement of hierarchy, they feel that to return with a V to a state of women being in the kitchen is valuable to them. Yeah. Listen, I'm always fucking cooking. Because that's what it is. It's about maintaining fucking hierarchical fucking standards. It's all inherently exploitative.
Very upsetting and concerning, you know? And I personally am not okay with that, you know? And, like, who fucking asked, right? So, like, the thing is, when you are a large content creator, whether you intend to or not, whether you are trying to or not, there is a power dynamic at play. Okay? I'm seeing a lot of people, like, I'm also, this discussion has a ton of fucking nuance, by the way, okay? There is no black and white. Seeing many perspectives.
Again, and I don't know, again, I have no idea who the fuck Peter Park is. I mean, Boy Meets Minnie, if you could just, like, find out real fucking quick. I'm just, like, operating under the assumption this dude's a complete fucking normie. Because a lot of these conservatives will make it look like, oh, this is all just, like, cuck woke, like, lefty libtard shit. It's like, no, man. You guys are just antisocial fucking weirdos. You do not believe in the tenets of society. You do not believe in societal fucking engagement. You are a freak minority that has been allowed to fester on some of the biggest fucking platforms on the planet because of the current right-wing insurgence that is happening right now, culturally speaking, which is now like more and more dying off by the day, because it turns out right-wingers being in fucking positions of power is not fucking good for anybody. I mean, again, Viktor Orban just lost recently.
I saw people other than Saikuno exhibit behavior that I did not necessarily agree with or think was, or I thought was a little objectionable as well. It's not black and white, you know? But
Variety normie streamer who doesn't do politics. So my prediction was fucking correct. Well, that he's a normie streamer. The variety part doesn't really matter as much. Again, this dude, politics, does he talk about it? No. But even he understands, because this isn't about fucking politics with you fucking troglodytes. It's about social dynamics. It is about material conditions, right? That is that's not non-fucking political, right? But I'm like bringing in sort of like Marxist analysis, because it's like the sort of framework that I use. Because again, Marxism is not inherently fucking political. Who has made it inherently political? Oh, a lot of like McCarthyite fucking dipshits. No, it is a framework, a way of analysis of the observable fucking world, right? It has philosophical fucking tenets, mostly. Marx is a fucking Hegelian, by the way, and is an economist and a philosopher, not a fucking politician, although he was also a politician. But in terms of the order of operations, he was like a politician fucking last. He was, fundamentally speaking, always an intellectual. There are aspects and ways that you can apply the tenets of philosophy of Marxism into political policy, right? But again, a lot of it is rooted off of, philosophical tenets, beliefs that have been, broadly speaking, constructed throughout a long period of time, generally speaking.
But with like the document that dropped, like there are so many people coming forward with their own separate experiences. And what is upsetting me is people are like finding one person's experience and saying, oh, because this person doesn't have like a statement that's like bulletproof, I'm gonna go ahead and disregard every person who's come forward.
Yep. Whoa. Daho, are you telling me that fundamentally speaking, it was all about, maintenance of fucking hierarchy for these people? Always. There's a reason why I talk about this in the framework of a lot of these people are just the wannabe fucking... They want to be the Saikuno. They want to be the ones who predate on a bunch of women.
You know what I mean? And I think that's dumb. And I think that's fucking dumb. So, I think that when you are a person with a lot of power, influence, money, fame, if you're older, there is a power dynamic in play that you need to be cognizant of. I think that while the other parties, from what I have observed, are like technically adults, and they do have agency, I'm not going to completely strip them of agency and responsibility. I personally think that the onus is on the person that wields that power. Okay,
it's just... Chef's fucking kiss, dude. I mean, he's like acquainted with fucking Saikuno, right? So let's just assume that he's probably around the age of Saikuno, right? Like 30s, right? Let's just assume with that. Power dynamics, man. That's how you do the analysis constantly. That is how you do this. It is about, again, and this guy's not, like, he doesn't do politics, right? We're not being fucking over, like, he's not being, like, philosophical or whatever, but he's doing material analysis here, right? Whether he knows about it or not. Period, end of story, right? Like, simple, clean, easy. That's Kingdom Hearts right there. And he, broadly speaking, this dude understands, like, Saikuno was massive. He has a giant platform across multiple fucking platforms and social media fucking websites. He has tons of fame, wealth, and prominence, especially within these spaces. People know who he is in this fucking space, right? He has power. He has a ton of fucking agency, right? And for whatever reason, during the entirety time of that fucking Discord call, he was electing to not practice any of that fucking agency. Like, why? What are you doing? Brother, you have options. You can talk with people. You can do stuff. And he's just not doing it. And it's just like, that's the most fucking irritating thing to me out of all of this. It's like, bro, how well known are you in these spaces? How much money do you have? How many followers? Like, what? And by the way, like, what he's ending up doing right now, specifically with his community, is he's just deciding to be like, I'm just going to walk away from all of it and just cut my losses and just leave. Right? That's what he's deciding to do. At least for the time being. He could just be just letting it sort of, like, potentially just, like, leaving for a while, let it fucking die down, and he may come back under another fucking identity. Something like that, right? This happens constantly all the time. It's just, like, standard rebrand stuff. And here's the thing. If he comes back to streaming, he's not going to have the same viewership that he used to have before. Absolutely fucking not. Like, definitely not. He still probably has some fucking core audience who will still follow him. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, maybe even like a bunch of those like weirdo fucking right wingers might even start following him because they like rapists, or not rapists, predators. Let's not go with fucking rapists. Although they also like rapists as well. Whatever. You know what I fucking mean when I say that, right? They like abusers, generally speaking. Although honestly, like, those guys are extremely fickle and they'll probably leave anyways. Like, again, the most fickle audience is that of the fucking right-winger. He had all of these cards. So many options. He could do anything. And he elected not to. And that's what fucking irritates me the most out of all of this.
I remember when I was a teen, when I was 18 or 19, I was the biggest fucking idiot ever. I was technically an adult, but like, I guess the only thing I could do right was be drafted into the military and die in someone's war. Whatever. I just think that when there is such a significant age gap and there's all these other factors involved, the onus of responsibility is on the person that wields that power, and they need to like respect that and understand that and navigate around that. And I don't think he did that, you know?
I can see why this is going viral. This is all the exact same shit that I'm fucking saying, man. All of it. Yeah, obviously I'm doing it in more of an incredibly, like, long-winded way in my own sort of, I guess, way, for lack of a better term. But, I mean, bro is fucking right here. All these people are just right, dude. That's what it fucking is. It's... I don't know, man. I just find it to be so fucking annoying that a lot of these people are just not understanding it on fucking purpose. Because in reality, they're just okay with the fucking behavior. And I'm just like... God damn, bro. Like, ugh. Just... Ugh. It just annoys me. I'm like, honestly. All right. Let's get started with this shit. Well. Ezra. Now, okay. This is an updated version of the article, right? There was a differing version of the title. Let me see if I have it real quick. Here it is. The article's name before it was changed to why this is why there's no liberal Joe Rogan from Hassan Piker is not the enemy is very, very interesting here from Ezra. Yeah, oh no. Listen, both of them are really, really good bangers of titles, okay? Because, yeah, he's correct in both fucking instances. I mean, we all know about Ezra Klein. I've done plenty of fucking criticisms of his whole centrist Abunda shtick, right? This is also the same guy who said that we should be willing to make the tent big enough for, like, anti-abortion Democrats. Stupid, very, very dumb for a lot of reasons. That is a issue that is resolved within the Democratic Party. Broadly speaking, everyone is anti-abortion. Yet you want or not anti-abortion, pro-abortion, but you want anti-abortion people all of a sudden in the fucking party. Ezra, what the fuck are you saying? That's very, very silly. And if I were to take a guess, I'm going to take a very, very quick, simple guess. Ezra Klein is more than likely coming at this from a highly pragmatistic political lens, right? Very policy wonkery, very pragmatic, politically speaking, which would be, I would say, pretty much in line with what he wants, because Ezra Klein, I think he probably does care about actually winning, But the thing with all the centrist third way types, like, I don't know, what's the CEO's name of fucking centrist, of like the third way fucking dipshits who said he's going to like try to spend tens of millions of dollars trying to defeat like progressives within Democratic primaries? I don't remember his name. He's very, very pro-Zionist. He did an interview like literally saying that he was going to do that, so when the Democratic constituency has made it extremely clear that they want further left-wing movements within the United States, especially within the Democrats, right? If we just take a look at polling on all the issues, Israel is a pretty much 90-10 fucking issue in favor of the Palestinians. Like, I mean, just off of that alone, you can use that as a fucking litmus test. Taxation of the rich, Medicare for all, further economic emancipation. So what do we mean by that? You know, better housing policy, educational policy, yada, yada, yada. These are all political winners. However, in the current neoliberal shithole that is currently in existence within the Democratic Party, they are against it. Why? That's why. It's all about the fucking money, baby, when it comes to the end of it, right? And I've said this before. What I believe with Chuck Schumer in particular is he basically wants to do everything possible in order to have some place within the hierarchy when the sort of, I guess, inevitable, I guess for lack of a better term, in his mind, like thiefdom, like oligarchy of all the tech bro CEO monarchs or whatever the fuck essentially like takes over, and he wants to be like, I don't know, maybe a steward of that, maybe like servile to that sort of like emergent sort of system of governance, if you can really call it that. And that's the fucking reason for as to why he's just like, well, the Baileys are constantly telling me to do nothing and just, well, basically do nothing, sit around here and just, well, you know, let the Republicans implode in on themselves. Even though everyone's like clamoring, Chuck, just literally do something. Like, please, just do something. And no one fucking likes that, and everyone hates Chuck Schumer. And it's been a complete fucking failure. Whoa, who would have thought? But anywho, Ezra, what do you got for me, buddy, from your opinion over here? After the 2024 elections, there was a panic among Democrats about the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan. Could one be found? Could one be created? No and no. Or, I mean, Hassan, technically speaking, is as close to a liberal Joe Rogan as you can get, but here's the thing with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is a fundamentally incurious sack of meat. He simply exists to just absorb the spices and juices of whoever just gets to him. Fundamentally speaking, he will always be in line with conservative thinking because critical thinking is anathema to his being. It was an epic exercise in missing the point. You cannot have a liberal Joe Rogan because Rogan is not particularly political. His audience cohered around conversations with comedians, MMA fighters, bodybuilders, and psychonauts. That's what made him politically influential. He could reach millions of people who were not otherwise interested in politics. The problem Democrats actually had, one of them anyway, was that they didn't like Rogan and criticized others for going on his show. They tried repeatedly to cancel him for his comments about trans people and his skepticism of COVID vaccines, to the extent that he is now a right-coded figure. That's a good point there by Ezra, right? The whole woke 1.0, cancel everyone for going on Joe Rogan, that was a failure. That was never going to fucking work. But that's the failure of woke 1.0 because, again, I think it was always like destined to fail woke 1.0 because, again, like, platform policing has never really been fucking effective, right? Like, do I think that certain people should probably be banned off of particular platforms for spreading a lot of extremely deadly misinformation? Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. But that's up for a fucking platform to unfortunately have to be able to determine. But should someone be prevented, so say for example, like, what's the name of that? This was like one of the last Joe Rogan fucking podcasts that I watched with that epistemologist. His name is like John Orstein or some shit, I think. And he had him on like right before the COVID pandemic came on. And it was a really, really good fucking podcast episode where he was talking about how disease and how viral disease, generally speaking, works. This is what happens. This is how something like a COVID can like take hold, blah, 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 blah. It was good. It was substantive, right? Should you fucking cancel that dude for saying all that stuff on Joe Rogan's podcast? No. No, you really should not. To the extent he's now a right-coded figure. It's not because he started that way. Rogan's political views are mixed. He backed Bernie Sanders in 2020. He supports universal health care and abortion rights. He dislikes vaccine mandates and lacks border control. But it shouldn't be a surprise when, after years of being attacked by the left, he endorsed Trump in 2024. Well, it's because Joe Rogan doesn't really believe in anything. Like, that's the main problem a lot of people have with Joe Rogan. He's a cipher. Like, that's it. The simplest way to tell people which side they're on is to tell them how much your side hates them. That's true there. That brings me to a more important than it might look controversy that has burst out of the leftist streamer Hassan Piker. He had a breakout moment over the past year, as Democrats began obsessing over the absence of a liberal Joe Rogan, and Piker, who mixes leftist politics with a bro-ish aesthetic, was proffered as a possible answer. A category error because, again, the whole point of Rogan's political power is that his show mostly avoids politics. Which, again, it depends on the episode and depends on who he's talking with, but generally speaking, Joe Rogan's supposed to have, like, yaps with a bunch of dudes. And then he has, like, yaps with, like, all these, like, tech bro, like, oligarch dipshits. So, very, very fucking stupid. But pick over Piker's years of streaming, and you can find offensive things he said. Among them, that America deserved 9/11, that his favorite flag is Hezbollah's, that a liberal Zionist is akin to a liberal Nazi. Streamer has said offensive things. Isn't really a news story, but then Abdul Sayed, the more DSA-ish candidate in a Democratic Senate primary in Michigan, began rallying with Piker. That led Third Way, a centrist group that previously demanded that Democrats draw a line in the sand and shun Hassan Piker and his fellow Jew haters. We've seen that fucking article. It's dog shit, right? Like, no, you can't talk with Hamas Kamasahabi or Hank Pecker because he's sticky and mean and he doesn't agree with what we like to say because in reality we're terrified that he might potentially threaten our power. That's what it really is in reality. To send a letter to Al-Sayed demanding details about how closely you align with the most abhorrent views. Bro, what kind of, like, dude, that's so fucking boomer, man. We're here at Third Way, we're gonna send a letter to Abdul Al-Sayed about how stinky and Jew-hatey Hassan Pecker is. Or, Piker? I think it's Piker, guys. Bro, like, so fucking stupid. Like, that's not going to do anything whatsoever. We all saw the Michigan rally. The line was very long. And that is energy. That's something that can be fucking harnessed. But the Democrats, not interested in that. Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, said Piker reflected the dangerous normalization of anti-Semitism in our politics, and not fucking Nick Fuentes. We're going after Hank Pecker. Alright, bro. Political then asked a number of possible 2028 Democratic hopefuls whether they would appear on Piker's show. Governor Gavin Newsom, Rahm Emanuel said they would. Representatives Ro Khanna, AOC already had. Booker, or Cory Booker, Ruben Gallego, and Elisa Slotkin said they wouldn't. There was like a follow-up interview about this where Elisa Slotkin said, like, he like makes fun of me like every week on his stream. Yeah, because you're a fucking like a former CIA agent who fucking loves Israel. Like your whole sort of like professional like career with the CIA was about like Middle East analysis. We can only assume what exactly is meant by that. And you have voted in line with Israel, like, I think, like, pretty much 100% of the time, except for, like, I think one bill where it was, like, about like 2,000-pound bombs, because optically speaking, it would have looked better for you to not support that. That's like why. Not because you have like an actual principled stance against the actions of, well, Israel. I think there's rather a lot of wrapped up in this controversy. So let's take it piece by piece. Is Piker a Jew hater, as Third Way alleges? In an interview with the writer Aaron Regenberg, sure, Piker addressed some of his worst comments. I find some of his answers compelling and others less so. The comparison of liberal Zionists and Nazis, for example, is repugnant and not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethno-states. Well, unfortunately, because, okay, this is a little bit of the fucking ML sort of flirting that Hassan, generally speaking, does. He does believe in the, you know, scratch a liberal and a fucking fascist bleeds, right? When that's, again, not exactly how that works out 100% of the time. That's like some fuck shit cope by Stalin specifically. Some big fuck shit cope by Stalin specifically because of the failures of the KPD within the German Revolution. So it's like, again, it's a little wonky. It's not exactly how it works out with the fucking German Revolution. But however, can you have a lot of criticisms of the SPD going after the KPD, cracking down on the KPD when they tried to have their revolution as half-baked as it was? Yes, absolutely. But to say, quote-unquote, scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds is something I think that's more applied in a contextual sense. Broadly speaking, if we're talking about in terms of Israel, if you scratch a liberal, then a fascist absolutely bleeds. However, if we're talking about other issues, mostly with social issues, then it's a little wonky and it kind of depends. I think it's not... scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds should not be something that's applied generally, but it's way more fucking contextual. If we're talking about a lot of these third way types, you apply it. Because I don't even think these people are even fucking liberals. And not much improved by Piker clarifying that he opposes ethno-states. What made the Nazis notable wasn't their support of an ethno-states. Ethno-states are common. What made the Nazis notable was their effort to exterminate the Jewish people. And Piker's assertion that his opposition is to all reactionary ideology is hard to square with his admiration for Hezbollah. Ezra Klein is not exactly accurate when he says this. It's not extermination of only Jewish people what the Nazis wanted. Yeah, also ethno-states are common. No. Ethno-state has a very specific definition here, Ezra Klein. An ethno-state has laws in order to maintain a particular demographic majority, right? If he's conflating that with homogenous societies, like, say, Norway, or Sweden, or, say, Japan, those are homogenous societies, but they're not ethno-states, right? Yes, they have very, very stringent and tight controls on who gets to come in via immigration. That does not make them an ethno-state. Not different whatsoever. Yeah, I guess India is an ethno-state. Yeah, by this fucking logic. It's a good point there, Alex, when that's not how that works. Also, if we're talking about, like, Hezbollah, there's a very specific reason why they became sort of more reactionary, and it's because of a lot of the actions done by Israel. It came out of somewhere there, Ezra. So, what made the Nazis... Okay, yes, I remember what my actual overall point here was. The explicit goal of Nazis was not to just exterminate, Jewish people, quote-unquote, as per... talking about the article here. That was not their goal. What they wanted was an ethno-state, if we're talking about the ideology of Lebensraum is explicitly a policy platform basically made up by the Nazis in order to have a complete conquering of the world for white Aryan people, even though it's not how exactly it works. They're stealing from a bunch of different cultures when they're talking about Aryans. Yada, yada, yada. The Nazis are fucking idiots. Should really go without saying. If we are talking about what the Nazis wanted to do, as much as they would go after Jewish people, they would also go after Slavs. They would also go after gypsies, the disabled, the homosexuals, queers, what have you, right? About as much as they would also go after Jewish people. Again, fundamentally speaking, what the Nazis wanted was a global fucking ethno-state that they got to fucking run. That was what they wanted. So to say that it is just their effort to exterminate the Jewish people, it wasn't just Jewish people. Slavs, gypsies, the disabled, lots of other people were also fucking included in this as well, Ezra. But to focus only on those comments is to miss much else that Piker has said and believes. He has also said, from pogroms to the Holocaust, Jews have always been singled out by those in power as a scapegoat for the instability and economic volatility that people in power caused. A resilient, nascent anti-Semitism is a constant threat. I believe that was during his speech at Oxford, if I recall correctly. He has called anti-Semitism gross, immoral, and a hate crime. Which also, listen, we're gonna do a little fucking Marx, a little quoting of Marx here. I think this was even from his book on the Jewish question. I could be wrong on that one, but I believe it's from there exactly. Anti-Semitism is the poor man's fucking socialism, right? Which is a sentiment that I, broadly speaking, agree with, because a lot of these like right-wing populist types will root a lot of the things they believe in, the populist policy that they believe in anti-Semitism, fundamentally speaking. Oh yeah, like listen, Marx, I believe he was Jewish himself. Not a particular big fan of anti-Semitism, even though sometimes he was a little bit of an anti-Semite himself. Like, it's a little. He's a complicated fucking man. He has promoted John Ossoff, a Democratic senator from Georgia who is Jewish, as a 2028 presidential presidential possibility. Ezra's not exactly accurate here with what he's saying. He thinks he's a bit of a dark horse, someone who certainly has some potential, especially because he's been doing a lot more anti-Israel rhetoric in some of his more recent speeches, which I have on my docket and I wanted to take a look at, but there's been so much other stuff that's been constantly happening, I've not gotten an opportunity to take a look at it. It is an unusual form of Jew hatred that calls out anti-Semitism and promotes Jewish Americans for the presidency. I have deep disagreements with Piker, but he isn't a Jew hater. He's an anti-Zionist, and here I think the real stakes of this fight come into view. We are living through a rupture in both the meaning and reality of Israel. It's starting to get interesting. A Gallup poll from February found for the first time that more Americans sympathize with the Palestinians than with the Israelis. Yes, I think I know exactly what poll he is mentioning. Let's see if it fucking loads this shit. Yep. It's pretty fucking clear. And by the way, the only people who at this point are supporting Israel are 50 plus Republicans. Those are the only people who are holding up the, I suppose, Israel flank. Everybody else hates Israel for various reasons. Most of it is probably rooted in anti-Semitism, or a lot of it, generally speaking, is. But a lot of it is also rooted within anti-Zionism. They are just, or even it's just as simple as just like, yeah, I saw like videos on TikTok of like these Israeli guys like just going around and like looting like Palestinian homes and like killing babies and stuff. I've heard like all these reports. It's fucking terrible. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? It's insane. Among Democrats, the gap was overwhelming, with 65% who sympathized more with the Palestinians and 17% with the Israelis. I believe this is a more recent poll that Ezra is referring to. I know exactly which poll he's talking about here. The difference, as I have argued, is largely generational. I'm in his head? I guess I'm in his head. I'm in his head. Older Americans still view the Israelis more sympathetically, but among Americans ages 18 to 34, 53% sided with the Palestinians and 23% with the Israelis. As I have said myself, and Hassan has said, because of the actions of Israel, unironically streaming a genocide on fucking TikTok of all places, they've lost the next generation. I mean, they've probably lost the next 2 or 3 generations. Right now, Israel is in the weakest position possible in terms of its PR, in terms of its prominence on the world stage. It is a really, really bad position right now for fucking Israel. They are in a terrible fucking spot now. This is new. Before 2023, young people and Democrats were more likely to side with the Israelis. It was seen as the third rail of fucking politics. Always fucking safe. You could always talk about how you were pro-Israel, and it was safe. No problems whatsoever. You would not suffer politically whatsoever. But now, ain't the case anymore. This is not the result of an international psyop or a profusion of memes. The Israel that young people know is not the Israel that older people remember. It responded to the savagery of October 7th by flattening Gaza in a brutal campaign that has killed at least 70,000 Gazans, more than likely more, given how many people are stuck in rubble. In a brutal campaign, taking control of more than half of the territory and herding Gazans, more than 2 million people, into the remainder. I'm going to just point this out just for you, Ezra, but there are clips of Donald Trump who have said that there are 1.7 million Gazans. Yeah. Little fucking sussy. Little sussy. Why would Trump say that? Why would he say that? Interesting. Makes you think, doesn't it? Life there remains hellish. Israel has made hopes for a two-state solution fanciful by slicing the West Bank up into Israeli settlements and abetting constant settler violence and keeping a boot on the throat of the Palestinian Authority. Well, at this point, it's been essentially fucking subverted. But again, this is Ezra Klein we're talking about. He's coming at this from a centrist fucking lens. And here's the thing. Everything that he's saying here, I don't agree with, right? But this is, so far, perfectly consistent with what he believes in. Perfectly consistent. It has used the Iran war as an opportunity to launch an invasion of Lebanon, displacing more than 1 million people and announcing that as many as 600,000 won't be able to return to their homes until Israel decides otherwise. That's ethnic cleansing right there. The Knesset just voted to legalize hanging as a punishment for Palestinians who are convicted of killing Israelis in terrorist attacks. Again, just capital fucking punishment. No fucking questions asked. They're insane, dude. Yeah, it was slightly more liberal than J Street. Yeah, you can say that, Boy Mitsune. Third way suggests you can identify Jew haters by their use of loaded words taught in social justice seminar, apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism. If that is the test, then a large number of American Jews now fail it. I'm very curious. What's Ezra Klein referring to here? The generational gap between... a generational gap in opinions toward Israel. Yeah, a lot of young Jews are, broadly speaking, going to be anti-Zionist, right? So yeah, older Americans have favorable attitudes than younger ones. Even before the Hamas invasion, there were distinct generational differences. Democratic sympathies, obviously now more aligned with the Palestinians and the Israelis, 49% versus 38%, although I don't think it's even that high. I'm just curious. Oh, this came from... Oh, this was from 2023. Oh, yeah, okay. That explains it. And let's see. Republicans and older Americans have positive views. This is just to go, again, more into sort of generational gap that exists. And this was, by the way, back in 2023. It was already that fucking bad. Well, for the Israelis. If that is a test, then a large number of American Jews now fail it. And here's the thing, and I've done the very, 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 very rough math here. American Jews, broadly speaking, vote for fucking Democrats, right? And Democrats are more likely to be against Israel, which stands to reason that it's probably not a majority of American Jews, but a large swath of American Jews are anti-fucking Zionist. We've all seen the fucking ultra-Orthodox protests that have, broadly speaking, happened in New York, right? There's a lot of fucking famous clips of, like, dipshit Zionists, like, yelling at them and not having any idea what the fuck they're talking about. Because I can tell you right now, those ultra-Orthodox guys, if it were to ever sort of deteriorate into a theological debate, would just slap the shit out of the fucking Zionists because they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Israel, as it is behaving today, and as it is constructing itself for tomorrow, is incompatible with any normal understanding of liberal values. And this is Ezra Klein who's saying this. Ezra fucking Klein is saying this shit. And he is 1000% correct. This fascistic, non-liberal, genocidal fucking rogue ethno-state who's just going around everywhere, bombing the shit out of literally anyone they see. And there's quote-unquote people who call themselves liberals supporting a state that every single day violates international law with its actions for the 80 years of its fucking existence. And you're trying to tell me that you people are liberals, and people like at Third Way, for example, all these like centrist blue MAGA fucking diptards, you're trying to tell me that you guys believe in broader liberal principles of international fucking law? Fuck out of here with this bullshit. No, the fuck you don't. You people are either A, contrarians, or B, conservatives. There will be no Palestinian state to the west of the Jordan River, Benjamin Netanyahu has said. For years I have prevented the creation of that terror state against tremendous pressure, both domestic and from abroad. We have done this with determination and astute statesmanship. Moreover, we have doubled the Jewish settlement in Judea and Samaria, and we will continue on this path, explicitly illegal, by the way. Anti-Zionism is rising as a response to what Israel is doing. Reaction, the backlash to the action. Even fucking physics says this shit. It will simply not be possible to treat it as a marginal viewpoint that can be shamed or shunned into invisibility. Yes, anti-Semitism often cloaks itself in anti-Zionism, so don't do the anti-Semites work for them. If you keep telling people that if they oppose the Jewish state, then they must hate the Jewish people, eventually they will believe you. Key fucking line. And guess who also says the exact same thing? Norm Finkelstein. Do you really believe that within the heart of the heart of the heart of a Houthi that they are anti-Semitic at their fucking core? Maybe, but not because they actually hate Jewish people, but because they hate Zionists. Zionists, because of the conflation that they do consistently of Judaism with Zionism, and I will always reiterate this point constantly. One is a political ideology built off of foundations of ethno-nationalism, justifying it through scant interpretations of religious text and scripture, very, very scant interpretations. And the other one is a religious and a cultural identity and affiliation. These are not the same things. However, if you keep conflating the two over and over and over again, as Norm Finkelstein has said, and Sam Cedar and a bunch of other people, you make it such that a lot of these people who do not like the actions of the Zionist state of Israel will begin to do that fucking conflation and start to think that all Zionists are Jewish. That is explicitly fucking anti-Semitic. And guess what? Zionists play into that as their main propagandistic line in order to have, well, more Jewish people move to Israel as some form of safe haven for them to, well, I don't know, live in amongst the extremely anti-Semitic world that they think is constantly surrounding them. That is the problem. Zionists fundamentally speaking, are anti-Semitic. The impulse to cut off those with whom we disagree reaches far beyond Piker or the Israel-Palestine debate. It sits at the heart of cancellation as a political tactic. It relies on a belief in the power of gatekeepers that might have been true in an earlier age but no longer reflects the way attention is earned and held. Tucker Carlson was ejected from Fox News and grew stronger on X and YouTube. Ezra's not actually correct here. He's actually wrong. Tucker Carlson got ejected from Fox News not because of cancellation, but because of the Dominion lawsuit. That is why. Because he was one of the main proponents of spreading January 6th and Dominion machine election misinformation. And he was pretty much dead. The Tucker Carlson show, his podcast, went absolutely nowhere. What changed? The political landscape. And what has allowed him to significantly fucking accelerate that in terms of his grift, because he's a grifter, he's chameleonic, he believes fundamentally in nothing. Tucker Carlson was able to utilize a lot of the fervor from October 7th building amongst young people, and a lot of people, broadly speaking, within the United States of America, that has been building constantly, like at this point, like a fucking kettle at this point, and the sentiments against Israel in order to be able to propel his podcast into, I think one of the most popular podcasts, if not the most popular podcast within the United States of America. Same thing with Candace Owens. These people, fundamentally speaking, are anti-Semites. They do not like Jewish people. Period. End of story. But they're able to loud that position and sort of cloak it in a sort of, well, I care more so about the Christians in the area. Yada, yada, yada. Or Candace Owens with like all of her like nonsensical fucking conspiracism, right? They're able to cloak the fact that they are, in reality, doing this because they are, fundamentally speaking, anti-Semitic, right? That's how it's worked. Because, again, Tucker Carlson, dead. Dead in the fucking water ever since he got kicked off of Fox News. He had nothing basically for him. And then, well, he got the prominence because of the war, or genocide rather, within Gaza. Nick Fuentes was banned from major social media platforms and gathered strength in the shadows. Trump went from being banned by every social media platform to retaking the presidency. Again, this is not exactly accurate here by Ezra Klein. Trump was spreading election misinformation, right? That's why he got banned from every fucking platform. That's not really a cancellation. That is a sort of even-handed sort of application of the fucking TOS. Because Trump, again, because conservatives do this all the fucking time, they say that all these platforms were violating the First Amendment when they banned Trump from that. But he was breaking the fucking TOS, man. He was spreading election conspiracisms and misinformation. He probably should have been banned, relatively speaking, right? He should have been. He spread dangerous misinformation in an attempt to essentially try to do a coup for himself, which is bad. And he was saying I remember the January 6th, he was just crashing the fuck out on Twitter. It was crazy. And of course with Nick Fuentes, obviously a virulent anti-Semite. He was like more or less like a weirdo radical and more fucking crazy back then. But again, because of the far right push that has started to happen, that's why he's back on these fucking platforms, right? He was banned correctly on all of these platforms, and then there was a cultural shift. So again, not exactly accurate. These people actually did things that violated a lot of the rules here, and so action was appropriate with them. They didn't get fucking canceled in this particular instance. Ezra is not really accurate here, because Nick Fuentes, when he was banned from these platforms, his spread, his reach, gone. No one gave a shit about fucking Nick Fuentes. Same with Tucker Carlson. What happened? Cultural shifts. That's what's happened. And they've been able to take advantage of that in order to be able to get back into the spotlight and regain prominence. But it's not just that cancellation has failed to silence those targeted, it has also weakened those who used it. The Democratic Party and the progressive movement was ill-served by the belief that it could decide the boundaries of acceptable debate in narrowing who it could talk to. Well, he's not wrong here. It limited what it could hear and whom it could be heard by. I haven't been on Rogan's show, but I have been on some of the shows in that broader universe, like Andrew Schultz's Flagrant and Lex Friedman's podcast, who I have a lot of fucking problems with, generally speaking. But I think you should... Like, listen, if I ever got the opportunity to go on a bunch of those podcasts, would I go on them? Yeah, probably. Like, no shit. Of course I would. I was surprised by how frustrated the hosts were about their inability to book Democrats in 2024. They had said things that the broader progressive universe disliked, or had conversations with people who were anathema to the left. No, the people who had these problems, mostly liberals. The left just fucking criticized them. No one did the fucking platform policing except for like a couple of woke scolds mostly, but no one fucking likes those guys anyways. It was mostly liberals that were driving this. And so Democrats largely avoided these podcasts, ceding them to the Trump campaign. This was not only bad politics, but also bad democratic practice. Those shows had come from nowhere and had gained millions of loyal listeners. They had earned their viewerships by voicing something that made millions of Americans feel seen, heard, or at least interested. Again, not exactly accurate here by Ezra. A lot of these people, again, just go with cultural shifts and parrot a lot of these sort of main sort of cultural position that is going to grab at the largest possible audience. These guys don't really have any fucking underlying ideology that guides them. Your Lex Friedmans, Andrew Schultz, Theo Vons, Joe Rogans of the world, they don't have them. Which is why you should just go on those platforms whether you like it or not. If you present like a vibe, something that really drives with their audience, they move with their audience. Because they know without the audience, the shit basically dies. In avoiding those spaces, Democrats avoided contact with the kinds of voters that otherwise claim to represent. This is a mistake Democrats often make when they talk about what they did wrong in 2024. That and also Israel. They realize now that they should try to talk to the people who listen to these shows. They are less likely to realize that they should listen to the people who talk on these shows. Well, the problem is that they can't just do their sort of like centrist, third way, neoliberal fucking talking points. Because when Alyssa Slotkin went on Breaking Points, for example, she got trounced. And it looked really bad for her. And as a byproduct of that, it made it such that a lot of these fucking dudes don't do these podcasts because they are afraid to be challenged. Beneath this is an important principle. Conversation is not a reward to be bestowed on those with whom we agree. I do agree with this. Necessary part in a democracy. Very, very good point actually here by Ezra. Democrats pretend to be the party of democracy. But those 2024 fucking primary elections would say otherwise. They pretend, again, to actually be in support of democracy, when I think that the Democratic Party is one of the most anti-democratic institutions, I think, on the planet. The point is not to find agreement as much as to deepen understanding. To talk with others is to believe in the possibility of change, theirs and your own. Whether you like everything that someone has said should be severed from the question of whether that person is worth talking to. It's a good point there by Ezra. The space for such conversations was once wider. In 1968, William F. Buckley Jr., the arch-conservative founder of the National Review, hosted Eldridge Cleaver, the Minister of Information for the Black Panthers, on firing line. Neither man was there to endorse the other's politics. I should like to begin by asking Mr. Cleaver whether he finds it consistent with his ideology to encourage the assassination of Mr. Richard Nixon, Buckley said. Cleaver's answer: I would say that if Richard Nixon was assassinated, it would only result in having another pig in line who possibly would need to be assassinated. Very interesting. Buckley later hosted Cleaver at his home. It was a different time, but it created a lasting artifact. The interview has hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube and remains riveting to watch. Now, I'm kind of interested, I'm not going to lie. Are these... Yes, it does seem like, again, Ezra Klein is calling for a return to subjectivity. It is time to engage critically and have we will no longer be engaging in the death of subjectivity. It is time to begin to engage in more subjective fucking thinking, which is, broadly speaking, the main reason why we have gotten here. It's time for some fucking subjectivity. It is time for a revival of subjectivity. Are there people I won't have on my shows, or shows I won't go on? Sure, but those judgments for me are more about what I think will be productive rather than who I think can be included. Definitely agree with that. Similarly, I won't judge Booker or Gallego or Slotkin for avoiding Piker's show. They're busy people, and it may or may not be how they want to spend their time. But there's something strange about aspiring to lead the country's left-wing coalition and elevating the avoidance of prominent leftists to a matter of principle. Which is exactly what the third-way dipshits want. That's all the more true now as attention isn't bestowed on the chosen few by television networks and newspaper editors. It is now won or lost by a ferocious marketplace that rewards outrage and controversy. Say hello to fucking social media. This is a good point here by Ezra. Social media has essentially completely upended the old media landscape, where it used to be, again, elites and journalists within a lot of these media institutions, these journalistic fucking outlets, who have been the sort of main arbiters for people who are worth listening to, which that's not the case anymore. The winners of the attention wars today are typically people who said some outrageous things in the past. Yep, attention economy, or are still saying them in the present. When you are dealing with podcasters or streamers who talk unstructured and unrehearsed for hours each week, if not every day, there's going to be so much said that it's almost inevitable that a dossier of dumb statements can be compiled. To write those people out of acceptable political discourse is to back yourself into a shrinking, sanitized corner of the public sphere that's inherently fucking corporatized, by the way, which people do not like. Booker admitted on Pod Save America, we'll get to the Pod Johns, that when he had said he would never go on Piker's show, he had never heard of Piker. That's a cappuccino. By the way, this is unironically also what Destiny is trying to do consistently. He has had some stuff to say about the fucking Pod John, saying there's no point in appealing to these far leftists. They are all inherently anti-democratic. Yeah, they don't believe in the tenets of democracy. And they just basically want to destroy the fucking Democrats. Meh, 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 meh. And he's falling exactly into the fucking trap. He's putting himself into a corner where nobody will want to engage with him. But honestly, you should not want to engage with Destiny for a lot of other reasons. His communications director had read him a list of the 4 or 5 worst things Piker had said, and Booker used that as the basis for his response. Booker got piled on for that admission, but I appreciate the honesty. That is in practice a version of how many of us make our judgments. Algorithmic media is an engine of motivated decontextualization. Definitely true there. We see other people in snippets that serve the agendas of those who cut them. We are fed 30-second clips shorn from multi-hour streams. Out of context clipping is very fucking annoying. 2-sentence quotes ripped from long conversations. Old comments that obscure subsequent change. We have to be careful about being lulled into believing these shards represent anyone's whole person. Absolutely. I agree with Ezra here. We should not be afraid of finding out who those people are, or of seeking to change them, or of allowing ourselves to be changed by them. Just to add to Ezra's point here about shards representing anyone's whole person. The only difference here is that eventually where you can say that those shards do represent anyone's whole person is if it's a consistent pattern of behavior. That's the assessment that you have to make, and this is an incredibly important aspect. The reason why it is, broadly speaking, correct to say that Nick Fuentes is a grifting fucking anti-Semite is because there are so many fucking clips of him being inconsistent with things that he believes in ideologically speaking, and also of him being, well, anti-Semitic. That's the main sort of reasoning for as to why you say that Nick Fuentes is just a grifting anti-Semite. Here's the thing, a lot of right-wingers complain we don't appreciate their whole person, but when we let them show their whole self, it gets worse. Oh, absolutely, right? Even in a lot of fucking clips that they always talk about saying like, it's out of context. It's like, then you go see the rest of the entirety of the context. It's like either A, didn't really add anything, or B, actually would make them look worse. And it's just like, okay, you wanted me to look at the entirety of the context. Jesus Christ, this is just way worse. Like, why would you say that? So here's the Pod Johns. Recently, Hank Pecker, Kamas Kabi went on Les Pod Johns to also start talking about the existing media environment, to talk about his also broader fucking cancellations that are being done here specifically by the third way and blue MAGA types. Again, like, this alone right here by Ezra Klein, it's over. This is a massive win here, just based off of this article alone by Ezra Klein. As Kyle Klinsky also has said himself, this article completely blows them out of the water. Ezra Klein is probably one of the biggest centrist Democrat, like third way sympathetic types in the Democrats, and he's also saying this stuff about Hassan Piker that is explicitly in contradiction to what the third way neoliberal types are saying. So again, with that all aside, it's a massive fucking victory there for the fucking left flank of the party. And that's what fucking the third way types and blue MAGA dipshits are afraid of. They're afraid of losing their prominence and power.
I saw that you've done something like 20,000 hours of live streaming that is all off-the-cuff political takes and responding to viewers in real time, which I imagine must be like constantly fighting with people in your mentions real time.
Yes. No, exactly.
I am not surprised that you've said some stupid and offensive things. I'm even less surprised that you've said stuff that sounds even worse when it's clipped out of context.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm wondering. As you've grown your audience and influence, and as you've gotten more directly involved in electoral politics, do you feel a responsibility to choose your words more carefully, or at least in ways that are less likely to be misconstrued?
One, yes and no. So, yes, because obviously
I agree so far with Hassan's take here. Yeah, it's a yes and no, like, the question. It depends really on like the platform and the sort of context, right? It's highly contextual.
I don't want to cause any harm to any of the candidates that I'm associating with, or this movement that I am obviously a part of. What I like to call the left flank candidates, or the Bernie-crats, people who are more responsive to the needs of the working class folks all around the country. I don't want to ever be a burden to them, because being associated with them is not beneficial for me. The way that DC media perceives the situation is like, oh my God, he went out to stump for Abdul. All of a sudden, he's like a legitimate political force. I'm like,
like not really. Yeah, he's been like, Hassan has constantly stumped and talked to politicians on his platform consistently. Like, he's already done that. To say he's already, because again, we're talking about the DC like media environment. It's a bunch of fucking dinosaurs, like completely out of touch, like corporate executive types who, broadly speaking, should be completely disregarded.
I've been doing that already. Like, I was infinitely more effective sitting at home and just talking shit, right? Than I am sitting in front of a live audience with like 600 people. On the other hand, one thing that I'm thinking about is, well, this medium lends itself so perfectly to being clipped out of context. Yeah. And I think we are now in a media environment where that doesn't matter as much. I mean, Donald Trump's the president. For sure. Right? Like, he is the president. It's not just his words that are messed up, that galvanize some of the most reactionary forces in this country and normalize some of the most heinous, most toxic, repulsive types of politics. I mean, he campaigned on saying Haitians are eating cats and dogs. Like, that's unbelievable. That's white supremacy through and through. And he won. So, on the one hand, I think that we are now existing in a very...
Although, honestly, I don't 100% agree with this, honestly, with Hassan. Or, not... Yeah, I don't 100% agree with this. It's late. Brain barely working. Trump's campaign was dog shit. It was a terrible fucking campaign. The reason why the Democrats lost, like, that was an election for the Democrats to lose, and they chose to, well, fucking lose it. That's why they ended up losing in 2024. It was their election to lose, right? Trump was, like, in such a weak political position, like, pretty much fucking dead, and then the Democrats chose to fucking lose it.
Different media environment than the one that, like, MS Now, New York Times, and CNN want to exist in. I think that kind of stuff is over.
1000%. I don't disagree with what Hassan is saying there. But here, I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never-Trumper. I know a lot of people were having problems with this specifically because, well, never-Trumpers always vote for the Democratic Party, but you said you wanted to vote for a third party instead of Gavin Newsom. Why aren't you swearing immediate fealty to our presumptive nominee when he hasn't even fucking announced a run for the presidency? It's just like, bro, what the fuck? Like, why would... Are you people stupid? Like, you people are no different than MAGA. All these, like, blue MAGA dipshits. Like, you just want to be a fucking slave. It's incredible.
28. Yeah. You vote third party.
I mean, I don't even think that's going to be a problem.
Well, but, like, a lot of people, including people who share a lot of your critiques of the Democratic Party, hear that and think, like,
so why am I not surprised that this is exactly what they're talking about?
This is the problem, you know, when the stakes are concrete, like a Vance presidency, another 4 years of what we're living through. You know, the people who say they're building a movement would, you know, like, rather preserve their own power than, you know, do.
If Vance gone to power, would it be another 4 years of the exact same stuff? Maybe. Like, maybe it'd be, like, quote unquote more competent, but in terms of the policy, it would probably be either about as bad or maybe worse. Who knows exactly?
Do what winning requires and, you know, hold your nose and vote for what you believe would be the lesser of two evils. Like, how do you respond to that?
I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a never-Trumper. I want the Democratic Party to treat me like a triple Trump voter, okay? Because it turns out that's all they're tuned into. So if what it takes for the Democrats to turn around and be like, wait a minute, we're losing this guy, we have to win him over again or whatever, instead of just, like, taking my vote for granted as they've done so over and over again for the left flank, then, you know, I'm going to say things that may or may not end up being true, but it doesn't matter. We're so far out from the election anyway that it's like, I'm just saying, look, now's your opportunity to find a good candidate instead.
Because, but you see, as we head into these, that, like, after what we've lived through these last years, the stakes and the stark difference between even a Democrat who you and I might find not up to par, to say the least, versus Vance or whoever the fuck they put up.
Of course. I mean, I hate Republicans. I oppose them. I say that all the time. I think that the Republicans are...
Sorry, unfortunately, I am a blue MAGA tard or Hutch or Destiny, and you're just like, actually, no, because of the fact that you're not swearing immediate fealty to Gavin Newsom, to any fucking Democrat that gets put up, therefore you are no better. Yeah. And you talk about how much you hate the fucking Democrats. It's like, dog, you people are no better than fucking blue MAGA fucking, or actual MAGA dipshits. Like, fucking take the MAGA hat, make it fucking blue, put it on your fucking head top, because you people are essentially want... And I've said this before, Democrats want a MAGA fucking voting base. Unfortunately for them, they'll never fucking have that. For what reason exactly? Because because liberals actually critically think, whereas with Republicans, they don't.
Far more damaging. The biggest terrorists, the biggest domestic terrorists in this country, the biggest terrorist internationally is the Republican Party. And not only that, but it's just like... I want to fight against the growing fascist movement in this country. My frustration with the Democrats is their conciliatory attitude towards that and their lack of investment in this struggle. This idea that, you know, on the one hand you say Donald Trump's a dangerous force. I see that. I recognize that. But then you turn around and you take on his anti-immigrant narratives and anti-immigrant messaging from the 2020 election that you won and decide...
And the anti-trans stuff as well, right? For a lot of these fucking guys.
You're going to be the sincere candidate that ends up, dealing with the growth of migration in this country. It's a failure. If you were serious about being an anti-fascist, if you were serious about combating these forces, you would take it more seriously.
Yep, that's pretty much 10 out of 10 point there by Hassan. He's just correct there. And here, I think this is a particular clip that a lot of, like, dipshits are getting mad over. So, again, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you mean that? I do mean it. I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. This is, again, shrewd utilitarian fucking calculus. What is Israel constantly doing within Gaza right now? Oh, bombing the fucking shit out of it. Is Hamas going to do that? No. Okay, you vote for Hamas then. Okay, that was easy.
So my question is, when you say Hamas is 1,000 times better, do you actually mean that? Or is that a rhetorical move? Or like a solidarity signal? Like what?
I mean, it's all of the above. I do mean it. I think it's a rhetorical move because it frustrates a lot of people. I've also said I'm a harm reduction voter. I'm a lesser evil voter, and therefore I would vote for Hamas over Israel every single time.
So
I mean, he's just right, man. I would have liked to have continued hearing what's exactly being said here, but I don't think we're gonna get this from this I don't know, like random New York Times bestseller fucking fire up organizer. Okay, bro, whatever. This more than likely, let me guess, fucking just complete demo shill. I'm just gonna assume like complete fucking demo shill or some shit. It's like, again, why would he vote for Hamas over Israel every single time? I would like to, because you had a rather abrupt cut there, Shannon, or whoever decided to put up this clip. Why would he vote for them? Is it because perhaps the other side, that being Israel, has probably bombed Gaza into a pile of rubble upon rubble upon rubble upon rubble upon rubble upon rubble upon rubble? Where, from what we know in the broader reporting, 70,000 Gazans have died, if not significantly more than that, because it's more than likely actually significantly more than that, that the president has accidentally admitted himself, as well as all the people that we know are probably trapped under all the rubble, all the probable dead people who are trapped under rubble. I don't know, just some fucking food for thought for you probable blue MAGA fucking dipshits. But yeah, what does this literally say? Third way, centrists, in complete shambles. A lot of their main planks of centrist neoliberal sort of like podcasters and writers, people like Tim Miller, people like Ezra Klein, well, like with Tim Miller it's a little different, but whatever, and the Podjohns, they're making it rather fucking clear. Why are we doing this? It's leading to failure. We've seen this not politically play out effectively whatsoever. And it's, again, a fundamental fucking fight for the soul of the Democratic Party. What does the Democratic Party essentially want to be? An anti-democratic, corporatist, like, do-nothing shill party, which just sits on their ass with their thumbs up their fucking, up their assholes, twiddling their thumbs, doing nothing? Or do they want to be a socially democratic, more progressive party who is actually interested in fighting for the future of the fucking country and unironically giving a bone for the working class in a metaphorical sense, in order for them to be able to build some form of a life for themselves when they are in a position of such economic fucking destitute that they can't fucking do that anymore. It is completely out of reach for a lot of these people. That is the fight for the soul of the Democratic Party, and so far, from what I'm seeing, the National Democrats and a lot of their apparatchiks and dipshit chills on social media are not interested in it, and seemingly want to continue to be, as I've said before, the ratchet to the fucking ratchet effect. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Given how late it is, I think we're going to save that stuff for tomorrow. I know, I wanted to do Pope memes, but it's like fucking, yeah, it's 4 a.m. again. God, I'm going to bed. Yeah, I'm going to fuck bed. Oh, man. I'm just looking through my list of stuff. am I rating out to today? Oi. All right. Why don't we raid out today to Riverboat Jack? And then I'm going the fuck to bed. Raid messages. You know what to do and to say. Start the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the Y with the Daho raid with the Daho raid buff. Yeah. To show appreciation to those who are into Keys gamers, I will be back tomorrow, and we will be doing more and more of the same. Yapping about politics. Yapping about playing Factor Oreos. We got some shit we need to fucking fix. And then we need a planet that there's a planet that we really, really need to add to. Crucible. There's a bunch of stuff we need from there to build certain things. Blah, 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 blah. Like railguns. And quantum processors. And whatnot. Anyway, gamers. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.